It seems so simple nowadays. You have a problem, then you get a solution. And it should be just a walk in the park to get everything out there. But it doesn't work like that in 2025 or in any world in regards to how one key thing when you do anything, you have to have something called marketing. How creators are solving problems with apps and AI. We're going to talk about Justin Burns, my new best friend. What up, though? Detroit, Michigan to Chicago to Atlanta, Georgia to all over the world and internationally. But on AI Legacy Money Talk Live, this special edition, because the great thing is when you have your own platform to talk about financial confusion, turning it into confidence, you can go live anytime. So every Tuesday, we're live at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but I'm doing special editions because we're building the dream. This whole live concept is of talking about financial confusion. No judgment, no shame, just truth. AI tools with Adriane Mays. What up, though? Your AI cash story captain and AI wealth strategist on this amazing, and I'm gonna go full screen for this, on this amazing 25 months of sobriety today. Let's go. That is in itself. What up, though, David? See, David comes and shows me love. I appreciate you, my friend. But 25 months of sobriety, December 20th, 2025, going live today because not only am I feeling myself because we're here, but also because I received so much gems today in regards to building this AI app. As David knows, he was on live with me yesterday. I appreciate you, David, in regards to talking about this amazing app, the AI Legacy Blueprint Master Calculator that my business partner and I came up with. And we had a great idea, great vision. It was awesome, right? So the whole concept and purpose of the AI legacy was for wealth building and to provide a one place that you can come to get all your answers answered in regards to taxes, business, real estate, wealth, life insurance, estate planning, AI, automation, all in one health, right? Travel, all in one place because it just literally touches multiple pillars like all of that I just explained, nonprofits, business, of not only my journey, but my business partner's journey. And it's very unique to the market. So when I'm going to show you the replay from Justin Burns. I'm gonna let you hear the whole thing because he had apps built with AI summit. And what this summit was about was to help those people that are trying to build apps get into the technology space and get that clarity on how to get this done. Now, one thing I can say is again, when you have an idea, amazing idea, the key thing about building anything with AI is you have to go through the work. You have to go through the training. And also realizing that your vision might not be fully out there yet, but having a vision is the first step in regards to growth in any type of business. So this financial literacy hub all in one place has never been done before. And the crazy thing is even going through the apps built with AI that Justin teaches, he would, of course, wants you to go out, do comparisons. And this opportunity is real because again, personal financial education sites, they're present, right? We went out and did our comparative analysis. There's Khan Academy, FDIC, Money Smart. There's when you even deal with taxes, in regards to just knowing about TurboTax and the Free Tax USA, IRS website. Some of these different calculators have all of these things on there, but they lack the interactive planning, lack the actual personalization and action plans, challenges to help you actually get to your actual next step. So right now, what consumers do are bouncing in between several different apps, right? Because they're bouncing in between tax prep tools, credit score apps, insurance marketplaces, estate planning docket creators, real estate calculators, educational courses. I mean, if that is frustrating to you, just drop in the comments just tool in the comments, TOOL, if that's very frustrating going through all these different places. But people crave clarity. They crave action. They want predictive calculators to help them have those personalized recommendations because again, having checklists, being able to have your own customized checklist, goal tracking, scenario making, all of those different opportunities allow you to kind of see your situation for what it is. But if there's no one out there like you, there's not many people out there right now with in regards to having 3 DUIs and 25 months of sobriety. So, but that talks about it the way I do because I know the importance of being transparent in my journey because I know where I'm going in regards to the next levels. So that's why I started even the concept of AI Money Talk Live is to provide these conversations around financial confusion and to be able to help people see that you're not alone. But you have to do the work, and there's nothing around that because money does impact every decision that we make, and we've never been taught about how it works and how it's so impactful in schools, which again led us to creating this amazing calculator with AI apps. So what we're going to do here today is, one of the things, I have a background in electromechanical engineering and a master's in business, in addition to everything else I've been in life. And so when Enika and I, the tax extraordinary, Enika Gaines, my business partner, over 30 years of tax preparation experience. So when we actually got together to build this hub, we started with a school idea. It started with a community, right? Because everybody needs to have somewhere to actually have a community. But all the things and the pain points that people go through are, with the tax season coming up in regards to doing it yourself. Over 63% of people do taxes themselves and they're leaving money on the table. They come back to Unica, the tax extraordinaire, and they'll come back to the business and say, "Can you amend this for the last 3 years?" It was a lady that left a check mark off a box and almost left $19,000 on the table. And I was talking to my mentor yesterday, and he was like, "Share the stories that made you actually go through this situation as well." One thing that when Enika actually and I first were both connected, we're Deltas, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. But when we were actually online, tax preparation, right? So at the time, I was managing my cousin Chris Bosh that played for the Toronto Raptors, and he's retired 2 times, All Star. So, but the great thing is working with him. Taxes, you just have to do them, right? So here's the story, and I'm gonna share it just like I shared it yesterday when we were in our mentoring or what have you. So when I was online and I had to get my taxes done, Enika looked at the taxes and was like, "Who does your taxes?" True story, right? I didn't know the impact of tax. I mean, I knew you have to pay taxes, of course, but they don't teach these financial educational tools. Like I said, I have a degree, I have 2 degrees, but they don't teach you the impact of taxes in your business. So what my tax preparer's name, and I can say his name, Sam Brown, because my dad tried to go find this man after we found out what he was doing. Rest in peace, Dad, because he always. So we tried to go to his house. He was making sure that I was kept at zero on my taxes every year. And so what I did that for like I was working with my cousin for 7 years, right? So not until maybe the fifth year, seriously, that was like, wait a minute. And it wasn't me that said it. Enika looked at my taxes and was like, Adrian, like, how do you have over a $50,000 loss? I was like, "Oh, what does that mean?" And, so just the tools and over the last 17 years working with Enika, just now jumping in full-fledged in regards to the impact of taxes over the last couple of years, just how life works. Seeing how people come and don't realize the importance of looking at your numbers and leaving all I've left thousands of dollars on the table. I remember getting audited by the IRS, never forget this, getting audited by the IRS, and my mother, I had to drive back from Toronto, what have you. My mother met me at the tax office, and I'm sitting there. This guy had the pin, the protector, what have you, had the glasses, they had the whole nine, like how they talk about on the movies, real story. And so, thank you so much. Sound beautiful. I appreciate it. So, the key thing, what I learned was, the nerves. It was like I had two choices: either pay the IRS back $40,000 or go to jail. Now, forget the journey I just got off on in regards to probation and all that. I didn't even do it. It wasn't even me that did it, right? In regards to years of getting my taxes done and not knowing the importance of doing an audit, not knowing the importance of looking at your numbers, just trusting the tax preparer that I was with. That's why I scream from the mountaintops for Enika Gaines and her tax extraordinary business. Because if you don't have a tax preparer that you actually trust, what happens is you leave money on the table. I left it's just it baffles me to see how life works. Before I mean, we're going to talk. We're going to throw Justin in. His training is going to be over 3 hours, so you'll be able to have times. But I have to get this part out. It baffles me how life works because if I didn't meet Enika at the time I did, she saved me cleaned up my situation, and that's why I'm an advocate for what she does in regards to her business. And people have tax preparers. There's different questions you should ask, and even if you're doing it yourself, it's tools, and that's why we built this platform. So again, thank you so much for all the engagement and being able to come in live. But having a tax preparer that you trust is huge when you own your own business. And I've been working in the space of owning my own business for years. So the tax extraordinaire, I'm going to put her contact in the chat, as you'll see it here below me as well. But I mean, that you just don't know what you don't know. And that's one thing that, again, with the Justin situation about mentorship and about people that actually take the time to take a look at your app and be able to give you feedback. And it's so funny. I've been asking for feedback since the launch of this, how to do this. And with the background in marketing, like I said, I have an MBA. With the background in marketing, I've done marketing for several different companies, but launching an app, this is the first time that we've ever done this. This is a new experience for Adrienne Mays and Anika Gaines. And with every client that we deal with, we want to be able to bring the best information possible and be honest and open and transparent because again, that's the way that you build. You fall forward and you show people what it looks like so that way they'll have the confidence to be the best version of themselves. So I'm gonna share this with you and then I'm gonna jump right into the replay. So I got a text message today. I let a couple of people, well, several people test the app before I went to launch. So like I said, about a month ago, actually, November the 20th, completed the first round of the app. And I got a real opinion today in regards to the feedback. So while I'll read this, what I'm going to do is put the app on the screen and it's going to be it was a lot of work put into this because again, you have to train the AI before you actually just launch an app. You can't just say what you want. I mean, it makes it sound easy, as you'll see in a second, but there's things you have to go through. So anyway, this was the feedback that was given to me, and I truly appreciate this honest feedback. It was like I completed the survey. My honest opinion, the app is really cool. It is visually pleasing, interesting, and easy to use. I feel that people who can afford access would already know all the tax information, and it feels tax heavy. Maybe more focused on income streams. My biggest concern is always asking folks to enter financial information with no visible security or statement of trustworthiness. It ends with the call to action button, book my strategy call, as you see, which makes the whole thing feel like a pitch. I have some feedback on the community as well. The AI Legacy Blueprint section, there's a lot of repeated information. All the literature feels like a pitch to buy the app, which people have already purchased. That said, I think the app has the potential to do great things. Thanks for sharing your vision with me. And then say, glad I can help. And, we know you're in the beta parts of your app. Reading the fluffy feedback does not improve anything. And I'm excited to see your project grow. So just getting that feedback, I was just like, "Yes!" I'm like, I received feedback in regards to Adrian, great app. Adrian, I got a couple of comments. It may have been overwhelming, but I hadn't got any nitty gritty comments. And so that was like one of the first ones that we were actually able to receive. So I'm so thankful for that because again, as we build, and I'm still going to be able to grow and build from the actual app. That's why the Justins are important. These mentors are important. So enough of me talking. I'm going to bring in Justin Burns, who I did ask him permission first in regards to Apps Built with AI Summit, if it was okay to replay the summit for my community, because again, people have to know where you come from in order to to go where you're going. I'm going to
Here's like this.
before I have them start. I'm going to, of course, do trainings. I'm going to have help people or what have you with the AI process because I am an AI wealth strategist, as you can see, and I am the AI cash story captain. What up, though? But at the same time, it might not, you might hear it differently from someone else. And so, one of the great things about what I've realized with having your own podcast or having your own live virtual platform, as I have, as we have here, you can actually make sure that people are getting the information or on the journey with you. So, everybody that has been supportive in the journey, not only my sobriety journey, because that has been the most amazing thing. This is like I was just sharing in the WhatsApp group. This has been the journey that I never knew I would needed to go on. And just talking to him in the meeting, talking to Justin in the actual live or we have you had an onboarding session, he spoke about him not going sober. He's been sober for 2 years. And so it's like it aligns. It's like it's God's design for everything. Like, building with people that have that clarity mindset, building with people in regards to being travel is being one of the main things that you can grow on. So I'm going to bring to you Justin Burns. The replays are going to take probably the rest of your afternoon. You'll be able to listen to snippets, come back, or what have you. It'll be live on at Adrienne Mays. But the key thing is knowing that this is where the world is going into. If you don't have tech in your plan as a business owner, because again, it's a couple of things I learned today in regards to digital wallets and cryptocurrency. I've always been fearful of, not really fearful, I just know it's not protected by the FDIC. But that's another aspect of the app that he actually, information that was provided. So let me get done talking. I'll talk to you all at the end of this as well. It's going to be a while. But again, Adrian Mays is my name, and we're going to get here going with Justin Burns and get talking in regards to apps built with AI. Hear the full replay of his summit that he had for the last 2 days. So let me make sure I get you back to the beginning here.
I said, they were like, it's kind of pricey. And so I said to myself, like, here's like this app. I mean, I'm not saying this is not to diminish it, but I said, there's a market out there. And I told him this person, I said, there's a market out there for something that's around $100 a month. So first, I want you guys to understand something. Something can be either expensive or it can be either low. So if you have a company that's out there, I want you guys to hear this. I want you guys to like listen to me very clearly. Something can be overpriced, something can be underpriced, something can be $20 a month, and it can be. Then you're like, I'm gonna go in there and be more efficient. Everybody getting it? I want you guys to understand that. That's the audience. The next one is the biggest one that you guys will be surprised on. Let me share with you though. Here's the biggest one. The biggest one is don't be like this. You guys see that? Don't be like this. This is what most people in design, everybody see it? This is the way most websites, this is the way they design user experience. This is the way they look. Okay. This is how they built their site, thinking that people are going up the stairs. And they just say, forget it. Let me just put a couple stairs on the side. This is what most people do, y'all. I wanted to add this as humor. This is what most people do. The biggest way to win in apps, ladies and gentlemen, is this. It is to fix bad design. It's the easiest way. We call it UX. If you ever heard UX or user experience, this is the easiest way to win. Let me tell y'all, I just want y'all to get this because I love design. If you go to Maestro, you go to Studio Book, there's some really good designs. The best way to win. Let me hear y'all. Do y'all see the excitement in my face? Because I'm teaching y'all something that is simple for some, but most never master. And it's not just about good design. It's about the user experience. See, you guys got 60 seconds to like, I want you guys to understand something. Most people don't have the attention span, but let me tell you guys something. You have 60 seconds to capture someone's attention. Here's what happens. Most people, 95% of apps or more, never make any money because they don't think about the user experience. Are you guys picking up what I'm putting down? They don't think about the user experience. Can you imagine that? They don't think about the people that are paying them. And that's why most apps fail. It's why even experienced people come to me because I'm like, let me look at your user experience. Let me go to your site. Let me see how the site looks. But it's not just about the site looks. Let me see if your user experience is any good. When people sign up, as soon as they get into the back of your app, is it clear what it is that your app does? Is it clear? Give me some ones in the chat if this is making sense. Don't let your staircase be like this, going nowhere. Because guess what? This is what your customer is going to do, ladies and gentlemen. This is what they're going to do. Is this making sense to everybody? This is what your customers are going to do. They're going to walk up a staircase that ain't going nowhere. Y'all getting it? I hope y'all getting it. I'm giving y'all the keys to win, and we're just getting started. All right? We're just getting started. This is the fastest way to lose. Is you're not going anywhere. All right. So that was secret number one, guys. Secret number one, just to recap, we went over identifying your niche. Messaging is so important that we talked about. Finding your people, find your differentiator, right? And then you can find out what are those features. Like I said, to summarize this and validating before you build, the first thing you want to do is either A, is the pricing. When you're researching and you're looking at apps that you want to duplicate, is it bad? Is it good? Is their features good? They might have too many features. I use this example of a site called School. Many of you have heard of School. Many of you have heard of school, right? One of the things I've known the owner of school for years, right? One of the things, very smart guy, one of the things that he did that was really, really smart was he realized that in that community space, community app space, he realized that so many people had so many features. He went in and created a simplified version of the app. Okay, very simple. So some of you may not even know this. You can have too many features. Have you ever thought about it like that? Let me know in the chat if you ever thought about it like that. That sometimes an app can have too many features. Most people aren't thinking at this level, guys. They're not thinking like this. Oh, I can have too many features. Okay, I can have too many features. You can have too many features. Okay, so that is the second one. All right, or the first one. Now we're gonna do something fun. Next, we're gonna talk about the build process. Okay, let's talk about the build process. I skipped ahead a little bit. That's the build process. How to, secret number two is how to build something that people actually want. Right? This is one of the most important skill sets, ladies and gentlemen. This is choosing the right path, how to build something that we actually want, or sorry, should I say, building something that people want. So let's get right into it. The gold mine of validated ideas. How many of you guys have heard of Product Hunt, or you've heard me talk about it on an interview, or you saw an email from me that was said this? How many of you guys have ever heard of this site called Product Hunt? In the chat, maybe you guys have heard of Product Hunt. Product Hunt. All right, there's another one called Beta List. We're going to look at some of them today. But if you don't know what Product Hunt is, I'm about to introduce it to you in the first mover. You have the pros of creating something brand new is that you have the first mover advantage. You have no direct competition. You have potential mass impact. It's more exciting. The path is more experienced. But the cons of this is that you have a higher risk of failing. It's harder to validate demand. It's longer time to market, to have that market fit, and it's more expensive to test. And I know people, some people are gonna be like, Justin, but you don't know. You don't know. My idea is so great. I mean, you guys are doing that in the chat. My idea is world changing. Nobody has ever built it. I mean, guys, what I'm talking about. Listen, create those ideas. If you want something, the fastest way is to take an idea that's already out there, see what holes are out there, and then fill those holes. And like I talked about, right? Um, this is the example I want to show you guys. This was the exact example that I was talking about, right? This is uform.com. I told you guys this story, which was uform was a competitor to Typeform, and Typeform is the competitor, right? They're doing about $50 million a year in revenue. I think they're doing more than this. It's a proven clear demand. It's a proven market. The gap was it was expensive. It was complex. It's overkill for small businesses who just need basic forms. Does everybody see that? See, this is the profitability factor right here. You identify a competitor, you look at the gap of what they don't have, and then you provide the solution. The solution is what Uform did, which is they provided a free tier. It's simpler, it's cheaper, it's focused, and then they went ahead and charged. Now I think they're $20. They were like $10 a month. Now they're $20 a month. Okay, everybody see this. Everybody see it. This is how you win. All right. So here's another example. How many of you guys have ever heard of the company called, I think it's called We Built, or Legal Docs? How many of you guys know that people, how many of you guys know in the chat, how many of you guys know about legal docs, like people that need private, I'm giving you guys great ideas. How many of you guys know about like legal docs, like you need, you know, private policies and sales policy? How many of you guys know about that? You need all of these policies. Question in the chat. How easy would it be to create a tool that you can create something for people that create legal docs? Well, somebody has already done that, and they're making millions of dollars doing it as a simple app that I'm going to show you guys. I duplicated in Lovable, in less than a couple days. Why? Because I'm going to share with you guys how you can do it. But the point that I'm sharing with you guys, and the reason I'm telling you guys this, is because I want you guys to understand something. When you can identify a competitor, what the bridging, we call it bridging the gap, what's expensive, what's complex, what is overkill, then you can build something successful. I'm going to share my screen in a second, and we're going to bring one of you up to see if we can do it. So let me just show you guys this. There's two ways to build your app. All right, build your tech company. Okay, but we're going to add a bonus number 3, but it's considered a web app. First, you have web apps. This is what we call, sometimes we call a micro SaaS. These are lower risk, proven demand, and faster to get to revenue. You learn the game before you try to change it. The second one is mobile apps. This is what you see in your Apple store, right? On your Android store. Okay. If you've already built and sold apps, right, then you know that you have to, like, it's a little bit longer of a process. Now, if you know me, you know that I only go into the Apple store. Where my Android people? I told people we got to remove all the Android people. We're going to remove all the Android people off the call. Let me stop before the Android people actually get off the call. Don't get off, Android people. It's okay. After you work with me, we're going to go to the Apple store and get you an Apple cell phone. Okay. I promise. Apple Fed. All right. Who's saying that? What y'all? Who say Apple rocks? Don't be saying. Don't do that on this. Don't come on this call being rude. Okay. Don't come on this call saying. Listen. Okay. I said I wasn't gonna cut up today, y'all. Y'all see, I said I wasn't gonna cut up. If you got an Android phone, I forgive you. Okay. Now, at least if you got an Android phone, at least we don't have the green bubbles anymore. Thank you, Apple and Android, for working that out. At least we don't have the green. We got the, I can tell you still on the Android. I tried to go to an Android job. I was lost. I went right back the next day to an Apple. Okay. All right. Who said they hate Apple? Who is that? Team, remove the person who just said, remove the person who just said they hate Apple. Okay. Remove them off my calls. All right. So I'm just teasing y'all. But you want to be in both, all right? If you're building a web app, you want to be in both. You want to be in the Apple store, and you also want to be in the Android store. Now, for most people, you want to start with a web app, okay? Most people want to start with a web app. Why? Because you can start and make a web app mobile friendly first. It's faster to build out a web app, and then you can move on to having a mobile app. Now, third mention that I talk about is tools. How many of you guys have ever used, I'm gonna show you guys this in a second. How many of you guys have ever converted a PDF to a Word document? Anybody in the chat ever did that? You used a tool to do that? Like I Love PDF or something like that? How many of you guys have ever done that? You've ever used a tool like I Love PDF? The other day, I was helping somebody create I was helping one of the students create a tool, and we were doing some research. I didn't realize that I Love PDF was doing almost $300,000 a month from that simple tool. Can you guys believe that? A simple tool that turns a PDF into a Word document is doing like $200-300 a month. Absolutely crazy. Why? Because if you watch this, and this is what we call usage. I'm going to show you guys this. It's called usage. If somebody, for many of us, we only convert 2 or 3 pages, right? But if somebody converts a 50-page document, which a lot of companies are, then they have to pay for the premium version. Everybody see that? So tools are things that sometimes we call them one-time payment. So tools, people are just thinking about, how can I build a big app? Or how can I build, like, think about this. Think also about simple tool. We call those micro SaaSes. I also think I put them as a third category because a lot of people don't think about building simple tools that actually you can vibe code in less than a day and you can make money from it. Okay. So I want you guys to see that. You guys having some light bulb moments? Let me know in the chat if you're having some light bulb moments in the chat. I just want to know if y'all having some light bulb moments. Take a drink of water. There, guys, there's so many different tools out there that the competition, if you guys miss this wave, And in a couple of years, you start seeing many of my students who are like having their own apps and their own technology. It's on you. I'm telling you, I've been telling, I have a couple friends who reached out to me recently who saw me, who saw my ads and saw all of this stuff. And I remember a few of them, I told about the opportunity of the internet in 2009. When I went to that seminar, I'm the type of person, I want everybody to win with me. I don't want to gatekeep anything. Because like I was telling people on VIP last night when I did the call, you know what I told everybody? Let me tell y'all. I gave one of the people in VIP, I gave her an idea that I was working on already. People say, why did you do that, Justin? Because I'm abundant. Like I want y'all to get, I'm abundant minded. There are so many ideas and so many problems in the world. Why do I need to gatekeep one or two ideas? Why do I care about if you take it? First off, most people, just to let y'all know about hiding ideas, 95% of people or more don't take action anyway. I'm not trying to be negative, just being honest with you. 95% of people in the world don't take action anyway, even more. So why am I scared? And even if you take my idea, there's different spins that I can make on my idea. That's why I gave her the idea. And I said, here, I already did the research for you. Here you go. Okay. Am I still going to do the idea? Yes. Because you are dealing with billions of people on the internet and your niche has millions of people at one time. Okay. So I'm telling you, there's so much opportunity out here. All right. So this is web apps, mobile apps, and tools. All right. Which path should you choose? If you are a beginner, you should start with path number one. It's lower risk, it's proven demand, and it's faster to revenue. You learn the game because you can change it. Path number two, if you've already built an app and sold apps, okay, then you can also choose a mobile app. Now, here's what I tell people. You can do both. I'm working on a mobile app. I have a variety of apps, okay? I showed you guys three of them. Maestro is not necessarily something we vibe coded. That was something we actually built with developers, but I'm actually using AI. I'm gonna show you guys in a second. I use AI to enhance it, okay? And so we've been doing that. And then we have things like Studio Book that we vibe coded. And then we also have App Tap, which many of you will be using to build your mobile apps. And I also have spiritual apps like meditation apps. Okay. And I'm here to tell you guys, yes, you can change the world and also get wealthy at the same time. For many of you that are watching this, you're like, which path should I choose? What should I build? Well, there's some of you that are at a couple places. You can either say, I want to make the money, I want to get wealthy. Yes, but you can also change people's lives. There's so many problems. Like I was just telling VIP this last night, like, guys, there's so many problems. You don't even have enough. There's not enough people to resolve these problems. There's mental health problems. Technology can help with that. Okay. There's so many different things. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is do these last couple slides, and we're gonna bring some of the most. I'm gonna pick people to come up. All right. So it's the building. The old way, like I talked about, is hiring developers. It costs $5,000 to $50,000 or even more, millions of dollars like I spent. Timeline is months. Sometimes it takes so long. That's why I tell people, say, you don't need you need a developer. I mean, sometimes you do, but I've coded a lot of apps because I have a system. People who say you just need a developer, I just need a developer. Like, yeah, some at times I'm be transparent with you guys. You're building something, you need a developer to get it across the finish line. Sometimes that happens. But guess what? You don't have to spend months and months and months handing. And this is what I was just talking to somebody about this. They took an idea, they had an idea, they hired a developer. 3 months later, they still don't even have anything working. They could have literally used this system I'm showing you, validate the idea, go and built it. And the tools I'm going to share with you in just a second, built it, had a prototype up, and start selling it right away. You guys see the game has changed, and spent spent a couple $100s on a prototype that looked beautiful more than that. And I'm not saying developers aren't needed. That's not what I said. People say, oh, Joseph, you said that. No, I didn't. I never said that because I have developers. I never would say that. What I'm telling you is for the vast majority of you building these tools, especially simple tools, you can do this with AI and you can get it out in less than a week or two. All right. And this is how much I spent. Okay. Wire transfers every single month, $1 million in actual development. So let's talk about this without you going, right? So here's the tech stack. You're going to hear people talk about front end development and back end. I mean, you guys have heard of this. So very simple. Front end is what people see, what users see. All right. Front end is what users see, what they experience. Back end is where the data lives and the actual functionality. That's what back end means. And then you have mobile. All right. So let me just give you guys the tools that I love to use, because I told you guys I'm not gatekeeping anything, because I want you guys to win. Here is the tools I use to whenever I'm building my app. One is called Lovable. One is called Replit. Team, drop my links in the chat because you guys are going to want to play around with this when I bring people up to the stage. Team, drop my links in the chat for Lovable and Replit, please. So you guys can sign up for Lovable if you don't have a Lovable account, and they're going to give you extra credits by using my link. And for those of you who haven't used it yet, I'm introducing you to it. Don't try to go around Lovable. It's abundance, right? So you guys can sign up for that. So you guys can see it in the chat. Lovable. Some people, though, let me see. Did the team drop the links in the chat? Let me see. Did the team drop the links in the chat?
Yep, they did. Just drop it a few more times.
Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. All right. Sometimes I can't see the chat. So let me tell you guys this. The people who tell you that you can't use Lovable and say, oh, you can't finish anything with Lovable, they're lying to you. They don't know what they're doing. And there's ways, some of you are going to go further with us. There's ways that I actually enhance Lovable. See, building out an app requires you understanding what we call prompt engineering. What is prompt engineering? Prompt engineering is the ability to know how to guide AI. Listen to this very clearly. Most people don't know how to guide AI. It's like they let AI drive the bus. Remember, I told you guys earlier in the presentation that building an app with AI isn't about you being a coder or being techie. The way that you win with AI and why I'm able to spit out stuff on my first try that's amazing is because I understand prompt engineering. I know how to guide AI. I know how to be a product manager. In my mind, I'm a product manager. I am guiding AI. This is a problem. Most people don't know how to use AI. They go to ChatGPT, they type in ChatGPT. Oh my God, how can you help me do this? And then ChatGPT gives them an answer and they say, okay. And they just accept it at face value. How many of y'all know y'all have done that before? I don't do that. I do something called prompt engineering. I know exactly how to guide. I know exactly, hear me out. I know exactly how to guide AI. Okay. So these are the tools that I use. I like Lovable. I love Lovable. Lovable, if y'all on, sponsor me. But I built some amazing stuff with Lovable. I'll show you guys they're advancing it too. Replit is also one of my favorite tools as well. Okay. So here's how it works for those of you that are just getting started in coding. You describe in plain English, you get working code. This is a game changer. All you do is just like ChatGPT when you're building an app, you literally describe what you want in plain English and Lovable generates the code. No syntax to memorize, no frameworks to learn, just describe your vision, right? So I want a form that collects name, email address, and phone numbers, then sends the data to my email. Done, working code in 30 seconds. Everybody got it? Everybody got it? Can I give y'all a hack of how you can actually build something faster? First off, let me just make sure everybody getting value out of today. Let me know in the chat. Y'all getting value out of today because I'm about to show y'all something that 95% of the world just doesn't know about. Let me know in the chat if you're getting value. Let me know in the chat. If you're getting value, let me know in the chat. Just want to know. All right. So since y'all getting value and you loving it here, somebody say loving it here in the chat. Somebody said loving it here. Let me show y'all something. I told y'all I don't gatekeep because I believe that the world is filled with so much value that you don't even know how to bring it to the brim. That's why I tell people, if you are struggling with money or you have that, then you haven't understood what value is all about. And that's why technology is a precursor. That's why building apps are a precursor. And that's why these companies are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I want you guys to understand that. The people that are in this very room, don't take them for granted in this community because you are looking at people that a few years from now will have thousands of people on their app and create something that changes someone's life. Okay. let me tell you guys this. I get so many emails every single week. My sister Shalyn will tell you this. I get emails every week that tell people how I changed their life with my technology. I didn't have to shoot one video. I do get people that say, Justin, you changed my mindset. Let me tell you, my technology changes people's lives. When people use my spiritual apps, when people use my meditation, she just said it. She said, true. I get emails every single week. I'm not lying to you. I'm telling y'all the truth. I get so many emails every single week to say, Justin, your technology has changed my business and my life. Okay. And guess what? There's people right now using my apps without me having to be there. They're using them. Most people don't use other people's apps because you don't have what I'm talking about. User experience and a great way for your people to consume your product. Do you guys know that that is bigger than money? You guys get it? The skill set you're learning on today's training that I'm also about to teach you now, the skill set you're learning is bigger than money. Because people can, if you know how to do this the right way, which most people don't, if you learn how to build something and hear my passion, y'all see the passion in my face and in my voice and in my energy? I am passionate about this. Why? Because I struggled for so many years and nobody showed me how to do it. That's why if you're sitting on here, even though, yes, we are learning strategies and yes, there are certain things that we'll be doing. Let me tell you guys something. The things I am giving you is real world experience. It is not something I learned on the internet in 30 minutes. There was times I was sitting at my computer, suffering, miserable, and anxiety, wondering while I was doing what I was doing. And I kept going. And I want you to keep going. All right? There are people out there that need, I just want you guys to hear this from the heart. There are people out there that need what you have to offer. And there's so many of you that are stuck in fear of making it perfect. Nobody cares about your perfection. Who cares about who don't like you? Who cares about what you build? If you get perfection, throw it out the window. Here's the thing that you want in your mindset and in every single ounce of your being and your soul. If you don't get this technology out, somebody else will. And people will suffer as a result of you not getting it out. That's the mindset and the thing that you want to be vibrating at and the frequency that I vibrate at. It's why fear doesn't stop me. It's why you can say whatever you want against Justin, but you can say whatever you want. I don't care. I only care about my customers. I only care about my clients. I only care about the people. I'm not saying, listen, I got love for everybody. But here's what I'm trying to tell you. The more that you procrastinate and not getting these ideas out to the world, the more that your people suffer. You guys get it? The more you overthink, the more that you say technology is a barrier. Technology is not a barrier anymore. Yes, there's some things you got to learn. I get it. But guess what? Put in the work. Everybody put in the chat. Put in the work. Put in the work. Everybody put in the chat. Put in the work. The work is there. Build something. Everybody put in the work. Build something that changes people's lives. Stop saying you're not techie. Stop saying I'm not techie. I'm not, all of that. Like, let me tell you something. People say, I want this, I want that. I want somebody to give. Listen, nobody's coming to save you. Nobody's going to give you anything. But in this era that we're about to enter into, which is called the accelerated AI technology era, 99% of people aren't prepared for what's coming, ladies and gentlemen. There was 300,000 jobs lost last month alone. And why were they lost? Because they care more about automation than they care about human souls. Did y'all hear that? Care more about automation than they care about human souls. But guess what? The people like you is why I do what I do. The people like you who needs to just rise up and say, listen, let me stop overthinking this thing. Let me get the right idea. Let me take the system. Watch this. I'm going to bring this all home for y'all before we end today. Let me go and validate an idea. Let me take an idea. Let me see. Let me just go through the system that Justin said. Is the pricing good? Go through this. I want you, I'm not teaching you guys no fluff. This is stuff that works, and it has worked for many people. Okay. Some of them you will meet today. Guess what? You take it, you go, and let me tell y'all something. I've given this system to people. They don't even know what I'm giving them. Guys, listen, I figured I try to help people. Like I was telling y'all earlier. I was telling y'all this earlier. I was like, listen, I was telling my friends from 2009 when I saw this, I was sitting in the seat and my brain was lighting up. I said, wait. It's 2009. I'm sitting there, I'm like, wait. People from all over the world can buy your product and they don't have to be in the same city or state you're in. They can be in another country. What? Some of y'all don't realize the gift that you have, that on this phone and on this laptop. I know I'm ranting. Is it a good rant though? I want you guys to understand this because I want you guys to have the belief that I have. I still have the same belief that I had in 2008, 2000, the same belief that I had. The same belief. And it never went out. And it's why I'm successful. Because that fire never went out, guys. It never went out. That fire never died down. Because I say to myself, man, the creator has positioned me for a great season. I can reach people on the internet. And guess what? The first people that joined Maestro, which I'm going to show you guys in the distribution section, the first people that joined Maestro wasn't even in the US. There was a lady that I met in Australia who believed in my vision. And she decided to put me in front of her audience. And all these ladies from Australia bought Maestro before it was built. I'm going to show you guys how to do a founder's launch in a second. But I just want to stop and say this to you guys as we start to build this out. Stop sitting on ideas. Biggest graveyard, the biggest thing, as you guys have heard this saying, the graveyard is filled with ideas of people that never launched anything. That's what the graveyard has figured out. Let me tell you guys something. When it's my time, let me tell you guys something really quick. When it's my time, I want people to say, Justin changed people's lives. Justin created technology even though he didn't go to college. Justin went to so many different facets. That's what Justin's legacy is. Justin launched so many products that changed everybody's life. Justin helped people like Deidre, like Irene, like David. He was the catalyst. He was the person that planted a seed. And now my app has millions of users. Are y'all seeing this? Stop sitting on ideas. Ideas don't make you any money. Implementation, taking action, getting the mentorship, doing what you need to do in order to move. All right. So let's do this. Y'all picking it up? Y'all picking it up? Let me know in the chat. I know, look, I do that. Somebody said they love this training. I do that because you need to learn how to win. All right. So that is vibe coding. Here's what we're going to do, though. Here's what we're going to do really quick. I'm going to show you guys this real quick. And then we are going to, I'm going to show you guys, we'll take a small break, but let's build something. How many of you guys want to see build something? Before I show you guys that, before we build something, we're going to do something interactive real quick. We're going to build something. This is how you could also build mobile apps. Make sure you guys get on the wait list. This is our product. It's releasing next week. It's called AppTap. You can go to apptap.ai. And this will help you build mobile apps with AI. Is releasing next week. You guys can get on the wait list. If you are wondering what tool to use to build out your mobile apps, this will be available as well. All right. So that's why some of y'all need to be in the VIP session, because you need to be asking me questions, because I told y'all I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. All right. I am building with y'all. The VIP is only like $50. It's worth every single penny that you can find. All right, here's what we're gonna do. All right, we are going to, Mike, I don't know if you want to come up now and do some giveaways. This will be a good chance for you to for you guys to stretch, take a little, if you need to. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna bring up two people. All right. And we're going to actually build something. Y'all excited about that? I'm going to show you guys in real time. Like, I'm going to show you guys, but I'm going to give you different psychologies, because many of you think it's just, oh, let me go in here and let me just build this and build that. But I'm going to pick two people. One person is already accounted for. But if you want to be chosen, put your industry and what you do in the chat. And I'm going to pick you. If I saw your name because of I got to pick my interactive crew. All right. So here's one person that I promised yesterday. It was Emma. Emma, my auntie's name is, and one of my auntie's name is Emma. And I said I had to pick her. She gets. And she also is doing something that I'm very passionate about, which is helping kids. And you guys can do this. She's helping kids with their bullying. Okay. With that, the kids are getting bullied. And so she's helping. And I gave her some ideas that I want to give you, because let me tell you guys something. The most powerful thing that you could do today is create tools that changes people's lives. But you need to create interesting tools. Don't just like, and I gave her this idea. I'm gonna bring her up if she's here. Is Emma here? Team, see if Emma is here. I want to bring her up in a few moments. Like I said, go stretch. Some of y'all ain't gonna stretch. Take a sip of water. Mike, do you want to come up now and do stuff real quick? I'm gonna take a couple steps. All right. What we gonna do? This is what we're gonna do, guys. If you need to stretch, everybody get up, stretch, because I know we only been here a couple hours. Some of y'all wouldn't be able to come to my all-day seminar. No, y'all would get a break if y'all do my seminar.
Now don't leave. I don't want them to leave because we're only gonna be like 90 seconds or so. All right. So just want to let you all know I don't want you guys
don't leave. Don't leave. It's just stretching.
So the great thing is I get to fast forward through this part so that we can get back to the learning part. Let me fast forward through this part here. And this is an amazing, just wait till you hear this testimony. This is an amazing testimony that I think is important to play.
So we don't have the last one in.
We don't have the last one in. All right. So Emma's not on. Okay. So it's okay.
Emma's on.
Here's what we're gonna do. So
she's coming.
Who I want to choose two people. I'm gonna let Mike choose one. So get mad at Mike if I don't choose you.
Okay. Just so everybody's clear, there was an Emma during the last summit, right? Justin, the Emma that we brought on last summit that you're referencing.
Yeah, she was in VIP. So give you guys some context. She was in VIP, and Emma was building a bully app for. Yeah, she was here last night. She was building a bully app to notify people in the bully space, right? So
it's me. I'm here.
That's you, Emma. Okay. Emma,
I'm here,
yeah, girl.
I mean, hey, you know,
you switched up. I said that ain't the same. Okay, you switched up. Okay,
this is my stage face. Okay.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Look, you knew you were coming up. You said I had to get ready. Okay, listen, I understand. I completely understand. I get it. I understand. I got a mother and a sister. I completely understand. I just didn't recognize you, girl. I didn't recognize you. Okay, so Mike is going to, and the reason why I want you guys to see two sides. We're gonna build an app that's something that could impact people, and then we're gonna do something that still can impact people, but is more on the profitability side. All right. So I'm gonna let Mike. We're gonna do Emma first. Then Mike is gonna choose. Mike, you gotta choose somebody who's the most interactive in the chat, though. Who's been lighting up the chat, because Mike and team who's been lighting up the chat the whole time. Who's been really interactive. We're gonna choose you. Don't worry. All right. So Emma, you ready? You ready, Emma?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to build your app for you. Tell everybody, and just so for the sake of time, tell everybody very brief, under a few minutes, what it is that you're building and why you're building it.
All right. I am Emma Jones Blacksher. That's why I need Jones B. I am the founder and CEO of a nonprofit, Bullying Reported Please. Today is actually my last day as a senior junior or ROTC Army instructor. And one year we did a bullying rally, and my kids expressed so many things to me that they had kept in secret. I too am a victim of bullying from childhood through to the military and even sometime now. It's just that I didn't really recognize what it was that was really going on. But what I found out was that so many kids, again, suffered in silence. It even worse. So that's my passion, and I'm very passionate about that, because nobody should have to suffer in silence. And this tool is a way for them to report it and yet remain somewhat kind of anonymous, as well as bystanders can report. And I really want my app to be in real time, where they can upload evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And it is tailored for bullying, and it is tailored for schools right now, but it can be used in many other ways. I'm also looking to develop one for law enforcement as well.
I love it. I love it. And what did I tell you? So to enhance that offer, what did I tell you yesterday we can add to the app as well? Do you remember?
We can add resources to build self-esteem for the victims.
Yep. Yep. So that was one of the ideas that I gave to her was instead of it just being a reporting app, we can also allow for the app to impact the kids by having, like self-esteem exercises in the app, training in the app. How many of you guys are coaches, trainers, speakers? We got anybody in the room that's a coach, that's a trainer? Let me tell you guys one of the most profitable hacks that you can have when it comes to apps. It is combining your coaching and training with a app together. Did y'all hear what I said? That is a competition that not a lot of people have, where you have an app and you have your coaching app, you have your course, so you have that, and you combine those things together. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. Let me show y'all. This is gonna be given to the VIPs, but let me show y'all the prompt that we're about to use. All right. The people like, oh my God, I need to get in VIP. Let me show y'all this really quick. All right. So everybody see my screen. We're on Lovable. But let me show you guys this prompt right here. This is a prompt that's currently in VIP. I'm gonna zoom in real quick. So this is what we want to do. I told you guys that everything is about prompting, right? So here is, before we bring Emma back up, I just want to give you guys how you have a good prompt so you can know how to build. So one, you want to describe to AI, you are building this app. It is this type of app that helps this user to get this main benefit. And then you want to describe what your app does. Okay, so here's what your app does. One paragraph describing what your app does. Then you want to describe who uses your app. Okay, then you want to describe the core features. Guys, hear me out slowly. You only want in your first MVP, or even if you're building, only have 1 to 3 features, guys. Don't have more than that. Okay. Then you can build more features after you get customer validation. What do 1%ers do, y'all? 1%ers don't just build stuff and they leave them in the website or in the cloud. 1%ers go out there and they launch. Watch this. 1%ers that I coach and that I help, they launch and then they get customer validation and then they build on top of that. Everybody got it? Don't be one of those people that are like, let me keep building for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months, and then you don't have any. That's not the mindset that you have. The mindset that you want to have is, how can I get to market as fast as possible? How can I prove that this idea works? And then after I prove that this idea works, then I build more. Everybody got the mindset? All right, got the mindset. So here's what you do. Then you tell AI what pages that you need. Here is 3 main pages that you need in your app. All right. Number 1, you need a landing page that sells your app with the hero section, benefits, and CTA. Number 2, you need a sign up and login page where your app is protected. And number 3, you need what we call a dashboard, which is the main interface of your app. All right. Now, tech stack, you can also ask AI which tech stack is going to build on. I usually build on something called React and Tailwind CSS. Most coders like Lovable and everything codes on that. Here's the biggest thing. That people don't do. What is the look and feel of your app? Did y'all know that? Everybody write this resource down. Go to coolers.co. Team will post this in the chat. It's a free site. You go to coolers.co, and I'll go there in a second. And you want to look for color palettes that make your brand feel amazing. This is how you build an amazing app. All right. Even tech people don't think about what they want their primary color to be and those type of things. Okay. So this is the app prompt. You do get this with VIP. It's only $49, guys. Like, this is worth its weight in gold. All right. The second thing that you're going to need really quick is how to code faster. How do you actually not spend time typing all day, every day, ever? Y'all want to know my hack for how I really, really speed up development of my app when I'm doing something called vibe coding, which is just coding? Everybody want to know my secret? Let me know in the chat. If not, I'll keep going. Let me know how, if you guys want to know how I speed up. All right. Anybody want to know how I speed up everything? All right. Here's how I speed up everything. Let me see if the link is all right. So it is this. It is go, if you have an Android phone, toss it in the trash and go get an Apple phone so that you can I'm sorry, I could not help. I couldn't help. I'm sorry. I promise that is the last Android joke. I promise you it's the last, and don't get offended. That's the last Android joke I made today. All right. So y'all see how much Apple then indoctrinated me? That's how much I'm indoctrinated with Apple. I am a Apple. Anybody talk about Apple, I turn my head. As a guy in the studio, he's like, Apple sucks. I was like, I was about to fight him. That's how much Apple indoctrinates me. All right. So let me show y'all this real quick. Team, drop this link in the chat for everybody. This is called Whisper Flow. Whisper Flow. Anybody uses Whisper Flow? If you don't, you're going to use it after today. It's called Whisper Flow. Whisper Flow. Team, drop my link in the chat. That's the regular site. Drop my link in the chat. That's in the WhatsApp group. Drop my link in the chat, Elkie, for me. Manny, drop my link, Manny. So Whisper Flow. This is a tool that will save you so much time. Basically, and you're going to use it for a lot of stuff. Whisper Flow, a lot. And look at this design, y'all. This design is so amazing. Look at this design. Now, is this good user experience, y'all? Doesn't it capture attention? I love Whisper Flow's website. I just love this website is so very well put together. It's so beautiful. It's so clean. It captures attention. Y'all see that? This is good user experience. This is what I'm talking about having great user experience where your customers and your clients, they get a good experience. You don't want people. Now, we're going to talk about building that out today. But here's Whisper Flow. Everybody. Go and download this. They do have a free plan. Let me tell y'all, I use Whisper Flow and also I use something called Aqua Voice too. It saves me so much time. What is it? You press one button and you can just press somebody needs to mute. Okay. You can press one button. You can press one button with Whisper Flow, and literally in one button, it will start to basically take what you say and it will translate it into text. How cool is that? So guess what? When I'm working in Lovable or other tools, I just press one button and I go, change this button. I don't like the way it looks, and it does it. I also write all my emails from this. I also do everything, and I throw it into AI, and that's how I'm able to get so much stuff. So people say, I can do so much stuff. That's why I do it. I just literally press one button with Whisper Flow, and it records my voice, and then it translates. I'll show you guys in a second. All right, let's bring Emma back up real quick. Let's bring Emma back up and let's build something amazing. Let's bring back Emma. Emma, you might have you're a little slow with the internet, I think, but we're gonna make it work. All right, so let's build this in real time. Emma, you ready? We're gonna build this in real time. Let's see if actually
ready.
Let me see. Example. Okay. All right, cool. All right. So Emma, here's what I'm gonna do for the sake of time. Okay. For the sake of time. Here's what I'm gonna do. I want you to tell me, describe what app you want to build real quick. Describe it to me. I'm gonna ask you some questions, and then we're gonna record something. All right, you ready?
Ready.
All right. So tell me the app that you're building and who your target audience is. Tell me who it is.
The app is Bullying Reported Please, or Bullying RIP. The audience is schools, public schools, private schools, grades, let's say middle school through high school. So that's what? 6 to 12.
Okay. Tell me the biggest problem that right now that you're trying to solve with this app. Tell me the biggest problem.
The reporting, lack of reporting.
Tell me what that means.
Okay, what that means is the healing. Actually, that's what I'm trying to do. Promote healing by reporting. Accountability, because once they report it, I wanted to go higher to the principal or the school administrator. And I want them to be able to report without that fear.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So also tell me what are some tell me like what do you want the brand to feel like? Do you want the brand to be exciting? Do you want it like what are you trying to like what do you want to convey? What's the brand feel that you want for this app?
I want to convey compassion.
Compassion. Okay.
Yeah, I'm that mother hen. I'm a hugger.
Okay. Now this is for schools, but that's not the target audience. The target audience is that the bullies want to be able to report. So your target audience is mostly children or people in that level, right? That's what the target audience
Yes.
is, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what can we do to make the app look like what are some other features that we can do to keep people in the app? Because having a report button, and see, y'all see how I'm coaching her through it, right? Like, so having just a bully report button is not going to keep people in the app. What can we do to keep people engaged in the app where we can remember something about gamification, where it's more like you want people to come, you want children to come to the app, but also you want it to have like, well, okay, I can stay in the app. Give me some ideas.
Exercises or activities to build their self-esteem. Tell them how to handle the situation, and just some positive reinforcement.
Okay, reinforcement. What else?
Self-esteem builder.
How would you describe the self-esteem builder?
The affirmations. And then again,
okay, affirmations.
Of course, this is all age related. Games. I saw somebody in the chat say games and simulations.
Look at Emma taking out. Look, she paid attention.
Even role playing.
To that.
Even role playing.
Okay. Role playing. Okay. All right. Anything else that you want in this application, in your app? What else do you want in it?
Next steps.
What do you mean by next steps?
If it's not resolved at this level, report it to the next.
I just saw this in the chat. Whoever said that, that's a great idea. I was going to suggest that. There could be a chat bot, like an AI chat bot that they can talk to, that you program, that could give them encouragement. That's a good idea, everybody. Yeah. So see, we want to, all right. So we got that. That's a good idea, right? It can encourage them because a lot of people have loneliness issues. And so we can program it to where they can have a good conversation and chat and encourage them, right? Everybody like that? All right. So everybody doing it. Somebody just said, watch puppies playing. See how y'all go off the rails? Y'all see that? See how y'all go off the rails? See, some of y'all building, that's why y'all going to be building apps for years. Watch puppies playing. I cannot. Okay. We're going to keep that on the future roadmap to watch the puppies playing. Okay. Yeah. So last question. Give me some colors that you love, that you feel. Give me about 2 or 3 brand colors.
I like the blues.
Blue. What else?
Blue. Not so pink. Let's see. Because I have it up.
Pink.
I have
pink and blue kind of pink and blue kind of clash.
I have a
you want colors, so this is also.
Well, I have
so
my
like purple. Like, what about purple and blue?
Yeah, actually, my
Emma,
logo is red.
Give me some colors, girl. What kind of colors?
Red
you
and
want?
blue.
Give me a few
red
colors.
and green.
What's a few colors you like?
Red and green.
We're gonna do green and blue. All right, we're gonna do green and blue since you said green and blue. All right. Anything else? Everything else you like, right? Everything else sounds good. Okay.
Yeah.
So stay silent for 2 seconds. I'm about to activate Whisper Flow, and I'm gonna show y'all what I'm about to do. All right. So let me just go. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use Whisper Flow, and I'm about to just stay silent for a second, okay, so I can capture this and get it. All right. So here's how you guys do it. You activate Whisper. Let me just put this on another screen real quick. Hold on one second. All right. So let's see. Please create a app. This app is a bullying app specifically for children because they go through the struggle of being able to report bullying. But we want the app to also have a few features as well to be able to capture the branding of compassion and being able to have that motherly feel. The audience is children, but there can also be a parent section as well, where there's other features that are involved. So they can actually press a button or something like that and report it to principals and also communities, those type of things. And there's also things like training reinforcements, exercises, affirmations. There might be a parenting corner, and maybe in the future we'll add in gaming sections. And also there's a chat bot where they can also chat with a AI all about the reinforcements of positivity and affirmations. The color scheme and the branding scheme you want to go with would be blue, green, and white. All right. Did everybody hear that? Everybody hear that? Everybody hear me talking with that? Okay. So here's what I got. Let me share my screen. All right. So I just did that. Y'all see how fast I did that? So all I'm gonna do real quick, I'm gonna go over to Lovable. I'm here in Lovable. Guys, blow my screen up real quick. There we go. All right, so I'm on Lovable, and all I'm gonna do, I just literally use voice prompting to do this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and now there is voice prompting on Lovable, but I just love I like to use Whisper Flow and other apps as well. So we got that. Usually what you could do in Lovable is as well, you can attach screens that you want. We're not going to go through that as well, just for the sake of time, but you can look at other screens that you like. All right, so we're just going to press one button, and we're going to let Lovable do its thing. All right, so now please create me an app. This is now one thing about this too is it removed. You guys see how specific, that prompting is. You see that? How specific and how easy that prompting is. So Lovable is building our app. All right, I'm gonna come back to me for a second. While this is building, it should be a few minutes. Okay, and so now it's basically telling me it's building the app right now. It's gonna build it with trust and safety. You want to use words like building, and you want to use words like here's the feel. All right, we're gonna go through this in a second. So you guys can get this, all right? And I can show you guys this. Everybody excited? Do we got a second person, Mike? We got a second person, so we can build a second one real quick. We're gonna build something, a second one. We're gonna let Mike choose. Mike, you want to choose the second one? Because this one is gonna be almost done. Who we got?
All right, this person was persistent in the chat. If they're still here, they wanted to do a app for managing properties or tenants. I think maybe, I don't know, KG. I thought since you were so consistent in the chat, I need you on camera though. If you can't be on camera, I got to select somebody else.
You got to be on camera.
Let's see if KG gets the camera on in about next 10 seconds.
All right. So KG is going to be next. Shout out to KG. Diana says, if KG ain't ready, I'm ready. Okay. So KG, what we're going to do is, Mike, we got you to come back to KG. KG, stay right there. Don't go. All right. We're going to come back. Here's some more tips for you guys real quick. All right. While we are letting this build and we are having this built out. All right. Here's some tips. The more specific that you are, team, blow me up real quick. Blow me up real quick in the chat. Blow me up. So the more specific that you are, with your prompting, the better that you're going to get. You want to be very, very specific. The more specific that you guys are when you are building. Now, one of the things I'll give you guys, I want to show you guys a few things while this is going to take a few moments to build. Let me give you guys some ideas. You guys want some ideas for apps that are making over $30,000 a month? Everybody want to see some apps? Give you some ideas? Everybody want to see some apps? All right. I showed this on VIP yesterday, but I'm going to show you guys. This is a app called sunseek.app. I'm actually going to interview the founder of this. This is a mobile app. This app measures how much light exposure you have. And what they do is they base it off of the location that you are currently in. Okay. They base it off of the location that you're in. So what it does is you put in your app location and it shows you and basically gives you optimal sun exposure times. And it tells you that when you need to go on a guided walk, which is really cool. And it also gives you meditation sessions and it tells you when your circadian rhythm and improve your sleep. Is that pretty cool? That's a pretty cool app, right? So this and it's all about well-being. This is a well-being app. This app does like $30,000 a month in revenue, right? Crazy, right? Crazy. Here's another app. All right. This is the one I was telling you guys about. It was called Uform. So you guys see this? It's called Uform. Okay, so Uform is the app I was talking about as it relates to the form builder. This guy's doing like $20,000-$30,000 a month in revenue, and he just literally went up against Typeform. You guys see the look and feel of this, how it looks, how great it looks, right? You see how great it looks? Look at how great this looks. This is what, see, and he actually takes a shot at Typeform, which is actually pretty funny. It's actually pretty funny he did this. Look, when you believe in your product, that's what happens. You can take a shot at the competition. See what it says? Uform, $0. Typeform, $99 with a sad face, right? So this is what we call defiance, which is pretty cool, okay? So you guys see that 5,000 submissions and 5,000 submissions. And this is his pricing. This is his pricing, which is here. So let's look at pricing. Pricing, go to the pricing area. Pricing is, look at this. Pricing is $100 a month, those type of things. So it's really, really good. I'm just showing you guys this as an example. Okay. Don't be overwhelmed. This is just a area that shows you what is possible. Okay, holistic coaching, holistic things, everything you can build. All right, let's do this. It's still building, so it's adding in things. Let's bring up, for the sake of time, let's bring up, because I want. Don't go anywhere, guys. I'm going to show you guys distribution, which is the most important thing. All right, let's bring up KG. KG, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. Where are you based?
I'm in South Africa.
South Africa, my favorite place. I love South Africa. All right. So let's do it real quick. Tell me what app you want to build.
It's property tenant management.
Okay. Property
So
tenant management. Okay.
yes. So
Um,
this. Okay.
okay. So property. Hold on one second. So property tenant management. All right. So tell me more about what you want to build. Describe it to me real quick.
Okay. So firstly, Justin, I've kind of already published this app. I think I published it prematurely though, so I kind of need a assistant with that from because I'm stuck. I don't know what to do next. I don't know what's happening
So we
honestly.
got to we building out. We're not doing question and answer right now. We'll do that at another time. We're just doing some build.
Okay.
So you want me to help you
Okay.
build a newer version of it, or
Yes.
do you want to wait until the VIP and I can help you? Okay. So so tell me about what are you building? Tell me a little bit about what you're building.
So tenant, it's property tenant management. This app is supposed to help landlords and tenants in terms of, okay, specifically for landlords who have let's say a lot of units or properties that they're renting out. Let's say for instance they have like about 5 properties that have multiple units. So it kind of helps them keep track of the units that they have, keep tracks of the the properties that they own and the tenants that they might have in those properties. And when it comes to tenants, it kind of helps them with communication with their landlords in terms of maintenance. So they can just log into the app and log in their and lodge the maintenance that they currently have. And then the landlord can assist them through the app, and they can just assist them or send assistance to the unit that needs assistance. So I don't know if that helps.
Okay, so they can build out something that helps them with like reporting issues and stuff like that.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so reporting issues. What else do you have in there?
Um, Also just the payment terms. Let's say, for instance, the app helps the landlord to set, or rather to send invoices, to send payments dates, due days, those kind of messages those kind of reminders to the tenants that, okay, you are due now. Okay, you are due in 2 days. Okay, you are overdue, something like that. And also it kind of in the part of the tenant, it also gives tenants an advantage to pay through their app. Yes, and also maybe to if they have complaints with regards to the payment system, or if they've been overcharged, or there's issues with their payments, they can just log it to the app.
Okay, got it. So tell me more about like the look and feel. What do you want the branding to be?
I'm sorry, come again?
What do you want the branding to be like? Tell me like the look and feel that you want people to feel as they go to your app. What do you want people to feel? Tell me a little bit about that.
Um, the app should be a bit more friendly, but professional.
Okay, more professional. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So who are some professional? Let me just see real quick. So professional that you want, like, so you want it to be better, basically to handle like lease renewals, stuff like that. Lease
Yes,
renewals.
correct. Yes.
Okay. What's the biggest challenge? The biggest challenge right now that you're having with your current app that you have?
Um, I think it's okay. I don't know how to answer that. Um, how do I respond?
Okay, what we're gonna do just for so we're gonna build this. I'm gonna because that's gonna a little bit of time to build out KG, and you already built it out. Here's what I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
do. Are you in VIP?
No,
Are you
not
in
yet.
VIP yet? Okay,
No.
you're gonna come over to VIP, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna help you because it's gonna take a little time to build that Tinder app out. Okay,
Okay.
it'll take a little time. So what I'm gonna do is help you. You know, I'll let you come over to VIP next, and I'm gonna help you with your app. How does that sound? Because what are you building
That
your
sounds
app on
good.
right now, KG? What are you building your app on currently?
It's a Replit.
Replit? Okay. All right. Long as you're using something I use. All right. So cool. All right. We're gonna help you out. Is that okay? I just want to make sure that's okay. That's okay for you?
Yes,
I
that's
can help
okay.
you
That's
out.
okay. That's all right.
Okay. So we don't because that's an app that's gonna just require some time, just for the sake of everybody's time. So it's not taking a long time. Okay. Is that okay for you?
All right. Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you, KG. We're gonna bring you up after. It's gonna take a little time to build out a tenant app. So, all right, here's what
All
we're gonna
right.
do, guys. Here's what we're gonna do. Thank you, KG. We're gonna bring you up after. All right, here's what we're gonna do, guys. Here's what we're gonna do. For the sake of time, because I want you guys to get this last thing, I'm gonna show. I want to show Emma. So I'm gonna show her app real quick, and we're gonna build this out. And I'm actually have a stake in this because I want to build um I'm gonna build this out because I'm really passionate about it. Emma, you there? Bring Emma back up for
I'm
me.
here.
All right, let's bring up Emma. Let's see what we got, Emma, real quick. Let's see what we got. So let's see what we didn't build so far. You ready? Let me
I'm ready.
know if you ready. You ready? You sure? All right. Emma say, I'm ready. You excited? But you got to be excited because you got a serious face on, Emma. You got a serious face on. You got to be excited. You can't be, you got that, you got, look, everybody in the chat like, oh my goodness. All right.
I
Let me
have
show
no
you real quick.
idea. You have no idea how long I've been.
Let me show you. All right. Let me see how I can, how long you've been trying to visualize this, right? So let me show you. All right. So team, blow my screen up real quick. So this is the drum roll. This is the Safe Heart app. All right. This is the Safe Heart app. Let me expand this a little bit. This is the Safe Heart app. So it says, hey there, friend. It's called the Safe Heart app. Hey there, friend. This is your safe space. We're here to listen, help, and remind you how amazing you are. You matter. You belong. You are loved. What would you like to do? Report something. Talk to Sunny, our friendly AI friend, who's always here to listen and support you. Daily affirmations, positive words to remind you how wonderful and special you are. Fun exercises and games to make you feel confident and happy. More ways to make you feel good. We have a game zone. Let me just zoom in on this so everybody can see it. We have a training center. Today's affirmation: remember this, I am brave and I can do things. Now we can make this design look a lot better, but you guys see, show me another one. I am loved just the way that I am. Let's show another one. My feelings matter and it's okay to feel them. Let's show another one. I am good friends to others and myself. Let's practice together. And it says, are you a guardian? And then it created what we call a parent dashboard. So see this? It's a parent dashboard. So see, the parents can actually see how things were reported. They can see how many chat sessions that their child has done and how many exercises. And it also gave a map of the weekly engagement that it did. And it also says, here's the recent reports that were done. So there was some verbal bullying and there was some recent activity. So it's actually created a dashboard so the parents can actually monitor what the child is doing. And then up here, there's different pages where there's a report page where you can contact the school and notify the school with one button. Right here, there's an activity timeline that shows they can see what their child is having a conversation with Sunny, the AI verbalization, and it shows them what state that their child is in. And then it's some resources right here for the parents to be able to, what they can do for the child to be able to help them. So there's some training that we put in here. Now, watch this. Y'all thought that came from one prompt. It did, but while I was talking to KG, I was actually prompting it in the background to add more features to it. The name of the game is how well you can do it. When you have a system, let me tell y'all something. When you have a system, you can birth things like that. How many minutes did it take us? It took us what? 20, 30 minutes at the least? 20, 30 minutes to build all that out? Let's continue. Let's continue. So it gives them the parents' resources. It also gives emergency contact. Okay, so they can contact people as well. And they can also email summary to the parent. Let's go back to the app. So we got talk to me. Here's a feature right here that we talked about where it's Sunny. So it says, hey there, I'm Sunny, your friendly helper. I'm here to listen and chat. How are you feeling? I'm currently being bullied. And what should I do? Let's see if it has some functionality. What should I do? And then Sunny is going to go and it says, I hear you. And I want you to know that your feelings are totally valid. Remember, it's okay to feel this way. Y'all see that? That was just so we can actually, and we can give it responses. And this is a web-based app for many of you that are asking. This is a web-based app that we are doing. Okay. And so you can can do that. You don't have to have AI talking to kids if you don't want to, but you can also do that. Then there's training. So look at this. We gamified the process real quick. We gamified this, and basically they can go through training. Bullying is when someone repeatedly hurts and leaves out another person. There are different types of bullies. It already added all the trainings in, and it already added in all the stuff back to lessons. And so this is the training center that we built. And then there's a game section where they can actually have a game. And look at this, look at this, y'all. I didn't know it was building. That's why it was taking so long. It actually built out the entire gaming section. It has positive scramble. So the child can actually go in here and play a scramble game about positivity. Okay. And that was a game that was already built. There's another one called the kindness quest, which you can actually go in there and say, give a compliment, help somebody, share something positive. That's the feel good memory. So it's a game in here. Let me see if it's worked. Let me see. I might hold on. Emma, I might have to use this now. Emma, I might have to use this now. I might have to use this for some kids. Hold on now. Emma, this might be my hold on, Emma. I'm built. I'm just kidding. Do you see it,
Thinking
Emma?
the same thing. I'm gonna use it myself.
How you feeling right now, Emma? How you feeling?
What's his name,
Eh,
Ron?
No words. There are no words. I have had this dream for so long, and to see it come to fruition, it's mind-boggling. This is my last half day in the school system as a teacher, and I just, wow, I can reach the impact. The reach is unbelievable. We'll have to talk about my vision. We got to talk about how I got it. We got to talk about it. And hey, I'm not ashamed, and nor am I afraid to confess my love for my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, because it was through him that this was birthed. He put this in me, and and he put you in my life as well, nephew. Don't forget that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But here's the thing, right? I want you guys to see something that's amazing. And I want you guys to understand this. You see how emotional Emma is, right? Tears in the chat. Like, I want you guys to understand something. She's emotional because here's why she's emotional. It's not that I did something so groundbreaking. Here's why she's emotional. She's emotional because this is an idea. She saw kids. I want you guys to understand something and why you need to internalize this. She's seen kids get bullied, kids get hurt, I was a kid that was bullied every single year of my life. If I had something like this, it would have changed my perspective on life, even if it just plants the seed of something very simple. I want you guys to understand something. People need your technology, okay? They need what you have to offer. I don't care if you have an app you're building. It could be like KG is building something with tenants. Build stuff that impacts people. Apply the system, launch it. But Emma don't know what I'm about to offer her next, which is, Emma, I'm so passionate about this app, I'm gonna help you build it out.
SFC Butler.
Okay. I'm gonna actually help you build it out personally. Would you like that? So we're gonna get on the call together and I'm gonna help you build it out. Okay. I'm gonna help you launch it. Is that okay? She ain't got no words. It's okay. Y'all light it up in the chat for Emma, y'all. Y'all light it up in the chat for Emma. I'm gonna help her build this out and launch it. We're gonna launch it together. I'm gonna help her launch it with her. All right. Because I ain't put my personal touch on it yet, y'all. See, this is 30 minutes of work. And me and Emma were to go to and work on this a couple hours. I did this with Vicky. She's on. Just so y'all know, I'm not capping. I just helped Vicky. Y'all gonna see Vicky testimony on the second. Vicky built out a whole elderly care app. She's about to launch it next week. Stop sitting on great ideas. Y'all hear that? Stop sitting on great ideas that can change the world and also set you free financially. All right? Y'all got it? Y'all got it? All right. Y'all got it? Emma, you can't even get through the Emma so in she's so in go. We haven't even gotten I haven't showed her the rest of the feature. Emma girl, I ain't even showed you the rest of the features. We ain't even done with all the I have more
I'm trying.
features. See what y'all
I'm trying.
what y'all didn't see what y'all didn't see was when I was prompting when Emma when I was teaching y'all stuff, I was actually that didn't come from one prompt. I used my system to go in there and I had it adding more features while I was typing and texting. Okay. So listen, there's so much life-changing things that you could do with technology. We've been taught technology is something that can't change the world. That's a lie. That's a lie. I'm here to tell you that's a lie. I have spiritual apps that help people with their mental health issues. That's a lie. Okay. Emma. So I'm gonna help you, Emma. We're gonna schedule a call now. You're gonna get on with me and we're gonna get to work. You know I don't play. So we're gonna launch this app and we're gonna help kids from being bullied. Okay. Because if I had something like this, even if I know you guys think, oh, what is that? What's so special? It's a lot of special things. Emma, let me show you a few more features and then we're gonna move on. Okay. We're
Okay.
gonna move
Okay.
on. So Emma ain't got no word. I love that. So team, bring my screen up real quick. Bring my screen up just for a second. Bring my screen up for just a second. Enhance me for a second, real quick. So this is real quick. You guys are seeing this. Also, Emma, I added this in at the end. There's also what we call a feelings journal where there there's a feelings journal that they can put in a new entry to show how they're feeling. And then it says, what made you smile today? And then they can write about their feelings of how they feel. And then their parents, because what I did was, guys, if you guys seen this, see, you got to think through the user experience of software. Y'all getting this? Don't just look at the app. See, there's a user experience that I've been telling you guys about for the past couple years. Okay. There's a user experience that we have. So you see now, I'm like, well, let's think about the parents. The parents need to be in it, and you guys, as the community, is there. But you guys see, this is the parents. Now the parents, when the kid goes in there and he's typing in how he feels, you know how many kids don't have an expression where they can even express how they feel? That was me growing up. I didn't even have a way, like technology can be used for good for the greater use of mankind. Okay. And everybody, Emma, guess where your new customers are going to come from? Everybody here say they want to share your app with the world. You got it? So, and there's so many things I would change and so many things I would do. But y'all show some love for Emma. Emma, come back up for 2 seconds and then we're going to do the last part of the day. Last part of the day, you guys don't want to miss this distribution. Everybody put some hearts in the chat, heart it up 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 in the chat. Throw some hearts. Bring Emma back up for a second, team, real quick, and then we're gonna wrap this section up. Emma, how you feeling? You good? You feeling good, Emma? You feeling good? You feeling
Speechless.
great?
My heart
Feeling great?
is. I hope my heart can take this. I mean, I love my babies. I love my kids. This is just mind-boggling. It's life-changing. And if I never leave a footprint on the world, this is it. This is it.
I love it. I love it. Y'all give it up for Emma. We're gonna launch Safe Heart.
I want to pause right here and just to throw something in. My background comes from my mother being a school teacher and being a part of school programs. And when I was just watching that with Emma, you know how like we have field trips for school, like for kids having field trips. What if in a world with AI, with apps and building that we had a field trip where people invest in not just kids though, right? Where you actually learn how to build an app. And you see that took like 30 minutes. Field trips used to last all day long. Go to the zoo, look around at some animals. Think about how we can help ignite AI in the next generation, even where people work. I know a comment or I saw somewhere that 300,000 jobs were lost this year. And in regards to understanding moving into 2026 and beyond, they're creating your future. It's going to be a necessity. And AI is something that is in technology. It's before it used to be hard. And like I said, my background is in engineering, but everybody doesn't have to have a background. I hated coding, right? Because you had to go and figure out where the glitches were. That wasn't my strength. But now with these opportunities, that's why I'm playing this whole full version of this segment. You have to realize that coming into AI is not just the amazing pictures that we can put online and the fun videos and things that they capture our engagement. Being able to create a life for yourself where there's billionaires, if not trillionaires, it's literally the access and education that you put yourself in, as well as getting in the right rooms. So listening and building it for yourself. That's why I wanted to showcase like all of this to be live on December 20th, 2025 on my page at Adriane Mays. But it's going to allow you to have a place to come back and get feedback and take action on these opportunities like building apps that Justin is going through. So I just wanted to pause to kind of give you that input.
That's the name of your app, okay? I named your app Safe Heart, okay? So we're gonna
Love
launch
it. Love it.
Safe Heart to the world. All right. Thank you, Emma. Love you, Emma. We're gonna get you. Don't worry. We're gonna get you right. My team gonna schedule you, and we're gonna reach out to my team, and they're gonna schedule you. How y'all feeling? How y'all feeling? Y'all ready for the last part of the day? How y'all feeling? Now, for some of you that already has experience, if you miss some of the gems I put down, let's say you're already building an app, you're gonna miss everything because those are the people that think they have everything. This is a system, right? But how are you guys feeling? How are you guys? Let me know in the chat. What's your feeling? Everybody inspired? Listen, and let me tell you another feeling that you may be feeling throughout the training. Everybody feeling good? Most people feeling good? Let me tell you this. It's okay, and I'm going to give you this encouragement. It is okay to feel overwhelmed at times. Let me say that again. It is okay to feel overwhelmed at times. Most people, you can feel overwhelmed with, you have a choice. The creator is giving you a great choice. And let me tell you that great choice. The great choice is you can feel overwhelmed and excited and push past your level of discomfort and feeling of where you are. Or you can feel discomfort and feel overwhelmed, and you can use that to shrink down and feel small. Now, see that? What I choose to do is when I was learning this stuff and I was overwhelmed at times, I chose to say, who can help me? Who can mentor me? Who can guide me? How can I build something? I'm going to feel overwhelmed. I'm going to push myself forward. And that's why you guys see the man before you today. Why? Because I embraced uncomfortability. I embraced it. I didn't guys, there was nobody who was telling me, like who was there. There was nobody who was encouraging me, who was helping me, right? So I want you guys to understand the power that you have, the power that you have to really change the world. And there's many of you help change many, many people and really, really help change the lives of others. All right. Later on in the VIP, just to let you know, um, you know, in the VIP, when we do the VIP section, there is, I think it was tomorrow, it was Patricia from Las Vegas. I think she's here in the VIP. Wave Patricia. I think Patricia's there. Patricia has a good idea. I'm going to be helping her with her idea as well that she had, because I didn't forget, Patricia. You said you want to help with VIP. I'm going to help you when we get into the VIP. So we're going to do that. Make sure you guys upgrade to VIP. All right. So let's do the last section. All right. You guys excited? This is all going to be, and Emma, you're going to make the world a beautiful place. Okay. That's why we do what we do, because it's people like you that are going to make the world such a phenomenal place. And that's exactly what I do. Let me look for my screen real quick, guys. So many of you guys are feeling different emotions. You're feeling almost different emotions, which you're supposed to feel. I tell people this all the time, right? You're supposed to feel uncomfortable. You're supposed to feel all type of emotions. Just don't feel something that is going to stop you from pushing forward and doing something absolutely amazing. All right. So let's go here. Who's excited for the next section? Who's excited? Who's excited? Let me know in the chat who's excited about distribution. So, what we're going to talk about next, and this will be the last section of the day. Thank you guys for coming and staying here. But we're going to talk about distribution. Okay, and here's how your app, before we wrap up this section, let me just share with you guys what exactly you should be really, really excited about. Let me just pull this up real quick so you guys can see this. All right, this is how your app should be built out. So week one, after we build, you first want to have your wireframes. All right, you want to have your wireframes sketched out. Wireframes are just like screens, and those are things that we see. You want to map out your user flow, as we talked about, and then you want to define what your feature list is going to be in your app. If you don't define what your feature list is, then you are going to lose. All right. Week number two, you build out your MVP. You focus on one killer feature. I didn't focus on one killer feature with Emma because I have thought through a lot of user experience, but this is what you do. You focus on building out your MVP. You focus on either lovable or whatever it is, and you build out a core feature, and you have a foundation of a product. All right. And then lastly, this is what we do when we are building out our product. There's a process and a system that we go through, right? So we get feedback. So you don't just want to launch something on Lovable and Replit or whatever AppTap or whatever you use, and you don't get any feedback or worry about this. So here's the process for those of you who has experience, but even if you don't have experience, here is what this is going to help you with, all right? Which is helping you to go into testing mode. All right. So we do testing. We do something called testing where we test our app. You can either hire people to do your testing, or you come into a community like Apps Built with AI, which we give feedback and everything. You observe sessions, you take notes, and then you fix and you polish up your product, and then you validate again. So every app, let me tell you guys this really quick. Every app has a bug process. And what you guys need to do is you need to understand that every app has bugs. Okay. Every app has bugs. So don't think about, oh my God, I got bugs, I can't launch. Every app, like Maestro, even after 7 years of full development, we still have bugs in our system. Okay. We still have bugs. Okay. We still have bugs. So you don't get discouraged by the bug process. All right. So, there's bugs that we have, and it's completely life changing. So you test. What you do is you test. And then after you test, then you go in and you observe the different testing. And after you go through the testing, then you go through the testing process. After you go through the testing, after you do the testing process, then you do the fixing and the polishing, and then you validate your idea as well. Okay, that's what you do. All right, so this is something that you need to understand. All of the tech stuff that I know about, like front-end development, back-end systems, database, which is the storage and payment integration, so you get paid. This is the great part, is that AI can handle a lot of that. Remember this idea. You're not a developer. You're a product manager. Okay. You're not a developer. You are a product manager. All right. You describe and tell AI what you want in plain English. You test, you get feedback with real users. This is how people scale 1% apps. You test, you get feedback, and then you iterate and you refine based on data and customer needs. All right. So we just went over secret number 2, which is all about building. We talked about building. Emma is building a world-changing app. I want to help you to do the same. All right, let's talk about the last secret of the day, which is distribution. Here's the truth. The app doesn't make money. Distribution makes money. Let me say this again. Apps don't make money. The distribution makes money.
Can I say pause right there? And this is the key part about the app building process that a lot of people forget about. including myself. It doesn't matter that you have a degrees in marketing and that you've been doing marketing all this time. You have to understand that distribution. I think we have an amazing app. In fact, I know we have an amazing concept, and it's so frustrating that you have to realize that distribution, the other thing that he pointed out was user experience. These are key things when you're building an app that you want to think about have the customer in mind. Now, when we built the app, I'll be honest and say that I thought we did, right? But you have to go deeper in the research, and that's what he's getting ready to get involved in is the distribution. Doesn't matter if you got an app. We made an amazing app, but the next part is distribution, getting it out to the masses so that you can monetize and create the life and freedoms that you're looking for. Okay, back to the regular scheduled task.
All right. The best apps. Let me tell you guys this so you can see my face when I say this. The best apps in the world with the best technology, the best infrastructure, the best features, the best look. There's a lot of them with 0 customers. You guys see that? There's the best apps in the world and they have 0 customers. Question. If you are building something and you don't have customers, do you think that is something that is a valuable technology company? Yes or no? In the chat. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? If you build something and you hope that people will come, is that something that is a valuable tech company? And the answer is no. The most powerful thing that I learned, this is where most builders fail, guys. Most builders fail because they spend months validating and building, and then they launch, and it is crickets. Nobody signs up for their app. And it's not about just, I want to change your perspective for a second. It's not about getting users on your app. It's not about getting users. Hear me out, guys. Hear me out. It's not about users. It's called distribution. Distribution is a different mindset, ladies and gentlemen. Distribution is different. Distribution ensures that people consume your app, they use your app, they're excited about your app, they share your app with other people, they share all of your app with other people, and guess what they do? They share everything with the world. And then you have people signing up for your app even before you start marketing your app. Let me tell you a secret. If people aren't sharing your app out of excitement, then you have something that you need to work on through distribution. All right. So let's talk about how to do that as the last session of the day. So here is distribution. Distribution has 3 phases. Phase number 1 is pre-launching. This is where you pre-launch your product. Okay. And then stage number 2 is launching, where you launch your product. And then stage number 3 is post-launching. This is where you refine. Okay. I'm going to show you guys, I'm going to tell you guys a secret. So here is a real example of distribution. So when your app is ready, you've tested your app and it looks good and it's ready. What you want to do first is you could join 5 Facebook groups and you start answering those questions, right? You can also send emails, okay? And you can also be able to keep refining. This is a process. Winners build audiences first, launch to warm audiences, scale from there. Now, I'm going to tell you guys a short story about how I did something, and you guys are going to do this. Maestro, when I first launched Maestro when I had the idea, it was 2017, so almost at like 6 years ago, I had this idea. Where I'm going to launch a course building tool. So I hired a developer, and we started building. But then I was kind of like literally, and this is me being transparent with my crew, my apps built with AI crew. I was starting to run out of money. Okay. I was spending all this money and I was running out of money on Maestro. So I had to figure out a way to generate money. So I went to go raise capital. I went to go try to raise capital. So I'm going to raise some capital. So I went to go raise some capital. And how many of you guys know that most people said no when I tried to raise capital? How many of you guys know that? Most people said no to me. I got this amazing app in the world because I needed capital. So here's what happened. And you guys, it's going to change your life, me showing you this. I was like, I want to build like some capital. I want to build this capital up. So here's what happened. What ended up happening is I was running out of cash and I figured out this thing called pre-selling my app before it was done. So here's what I did. I called my designer and I said, instead of us trying to put all this money into development, how about for a fraction of a second, how about we take the app and we build a prototype? Everybody write this down. prototype. What we just did with Emma was prototyping. We got to build out the functionality of her app to make it. And it actually was impressive that it built that much functionality in like 30 minutes. But we got to do some more work to Emma's app to make it functional. So here's what happened. I built out a site. So here's what I did. I went to an event and there was this Australian lady that was there. And I've never met a person from Australia. Never met a person from Australia. She was at this event. And so I just told her, I said, listen, I'm building the best course creation platform in the world. I want to promote it. Do you know if I can, do you have an audience? And she said, yeah, I got an audience. She said, let me check out what you're building. So I showed her, I was honest with her. I said, it's not ready yet. It's not a product that's ready yet. So she said, okay. She said, listen, I gather with 50 women every month and we meet and we discuss products. This would be perfect, right? So I'm excited. She said, let's do a demo of a webinar. Now, I hope you guys are getting light bulb moments. Write this down because I'm going to give you a tip of how you can take literally no capital and how you can grow your app. Everybody ready for that? Y'all want me to give you the secret? Give me some ones in the chat. I'm about to give y'all the secret, the biggest thing that people don't know. Give me some ones in the chat if you want me to tell y'all this. I just want to make sure y'all here because this is a valuable resource. All right. Here's what we did. Here's what we did. I didn't have a lot of capital, so I had to make some sales. So here's what I did. I launched something, and everybody here needs to do this. I launched something called an affiliate program. Everybody write this down. I did an affiliate program. Okay. This is how you get your app to start being distributed. I did something called an affiliate program. So I said, I'm going to create an affiliate program. So I created this affiliate program. And what I did was with this affiliate program is I said, I'm going to give you 30%. You might say 30% is a lot. Listen, guys, question for you in the chat. So this breaks your mentality. What's 0% of 50? You guys are smart. What's 50% of zero? It's zero. You know how many people be complaining about giving away 50% of something they don't have? If somebody brings you a customer, do you think you should give them 50%? This is a mindset shift. You know, it's so interesting. I always use it. You know, that's the way people think today. They're like, I'm not giving up 30, 40, 50%. Why wouldn't you? The person has generated the customer, silly Billy. Why wouldn't you? Let me give you the way people think, okay? I'm going to give you a small example as we wrap this section up. Here's what it is. There's my sister, right? So I have a lovely, you know how family can be. So I always use this as an example because it's a hilarious example. So my sister comes to me like after years of me doing this, and she comes to me and she says, Justin, I want to start this consulting business because she's like a payroll consultant at a top company. So I want to start this consulting business. So I said, okay. I said, well, she said, I need a website. I need an app. This was like years ago. And she said, you know, can you help me? And it's my sister, okay? And we don't always get along. No sister and brother get along all the time. So I said, you know, I'm going to help you. Of course, I'm going to help my sister. So my sister comes and I say, but you need a lot. You're going to need an app. You're going to need websites. It's going to take some time. But I'm willing to fund it as my sister and help you. So here's what I offered to my sister. I said, here's what I'm going to do. Because I want you to have skin in the game, I'm going to offer you 20. I'm going to take 20% of your business and you keep 80%. And I'm going to help you scale this. I'm going to fund it. I'm going to help you. Do y'all know what she did? Want to know what she did? And some of y'all laugh and I can see y'all. Y'all want to know what happened? Yeah, this funniest family is so hilarious, right? Here's what she did. Let me tell y'all what my sister did. God, we've got to love our family. We got to love them, right? She goes and she calls my mother. Can y'all, hold on, listen to this story for just a fraction of a second. She tells on me, Patricia, Vivian, she tells my mother, because she was so, when I said I'm going to do 20% and you take 80%, like, listen to this, y'all. I said, I'm going to take 20%, you take 80%, and I'm going to help fund most of your business. You know what she does? She says, okay, let me think about it. She said, let me think. Guys, watch this. Zero revenue, zero customers, no website, no nothing. She tells me she's going to think about it. Most funniest thing you've ever heard in your life. So then my mother is calling me. My mother is literally calling, and I'm like, why is my mother blowing my phone up? I'm literally in the middle of a session. My mother's blowing my phone up, and I said, hey, Mom. Mom was like, what are you doing to your sister? And I said, what are you talking about, Mom? She said, and my mother laughed, because my mother has common sense, right? My mother laughed. She goes, your sister is nuts. She's crazy. She said, your brother offered you the ability to partner with you and only take 20% of your business and you keep 80%. And I told your sister she was absolutely crazy. And after we laughed about it, but here's where it switched to seriousness. My sister wasted my time. So here's what I had to make a hard decision to do. I called my sister back. I didn't even talk about the interaction with me and my mom. I set a clear boundary and I said, the deal is off. We won't be partnering. Now, you can call me for advice, but I will not be partnering with you because, watch this, here's a lesson. Your mindset isn't ready for this level of commitment yet. Y'all hear that? We call it, ladies and gentlemen, poverty consciousness. And it's something that you yourself want to make sure that those thoughts don't creep into your mindset as you start to scale your app company. Because my mother used to call it stepping over dollars to get to pennies. Y'all ever heard of that saying? There's some of you that step over dollars to get to pennies. Why? Because you won't invest. Why? Because you're thinking about if somebody took 10%, 20% of my company, who can actually, guys. And at this time, I made millions of dollars online. My sister had just like my sister, millions of dollars online. Like I literally made millions of dollars from literally going broke and almost bankrupting myself to now my company is scaling. And my sister, like that day I held DeAndre, I literally held my head like this the whole day. I couldn't, but then it dawned on me, it clicked. Poverty consciousness makes you believe that the world isn't abundant. Y'all hear that? Poverty consciousness makes you believe that the world is a scarce place. Okay. Now, why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this. So when you create an affiliate program, when people are generating customers for you and they're generating your customers, stop talking about, I don't want to give people 10, 20, 30%. That's poverty consciousness. So let me finish up the story. So here's what happened. We write this down, guys. I did something called a founder's launch. I got on a webinar with this lady from Australia. 50 women showed up. Here's what I did. Instead of pitching and doing all this stuff, here's what I did. I told them my story. I told them the passion I had. I said, I don't have a lot of experience with technology, but I have a heart for creators. The world is going to be changing. I want to create technology that empowers the rest of the world. And here's what happened. Okay. Here's what happened. The world is changing. I want to change the world. Here's what we're going to do. Boom, 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 boom. And I said, I demoed my app. Everybody write this down. You demo your app. The great part about apps, you don't have to sell your apps a lot of times, meaning like you don't have to oversell your app. You just describe the problem that people are having, and then you tell them what it is that you want your app to do. Okay? Tell them what you want your app to do. After that description, then what I told them was, hey guys, I'm doing a founder's launch. Everybody write this down. I'm doing a beta launch. I'm doing a founder's launch. And you guys get to come into my world and you get to be a part of something that is absolutely revolutionary, which is building my apps or building this app with me. You're going to be on the ground floor with me and we're going to do a founder's launch. So what does that mean? I'm going to give you guys a ridiculous price to invest. It's going to be an investment into Maestro, but it's also going to help you. You're going to be like there. You're going to be able to tell me what is wrong with the app and I'm going to help fix it. And this is what it means. And you're going to be grandfathered in, or we could say grandmothered into that price. Everybody see what I'm doing? You're going to be grandmother or grandfathered into that price forever. That's what we call a founder's launch. It is launching your product for either lifetime, like this is the fast way to get customers. Launch your app with lifetime or a discounted deal. So people who invest in you in the beginning, watch this. Everybody hear me? You are launching this to people who believe in you at a lower price. You're not just lowering your price for the sake of lowering prices. You're launching it to people who invest in you. Here's what happened. People saw my heart. They saw my passion. They saw my love. And 20 of those women invested $200 in me. And guess what I did? I spent zero out of pocket. Zero out of pocket. Ever since then, I have an affiliate program for every app that I launch, and affiliates to date has sent me over 10,000 customers, and affiliates have made multiple six figures, almost seven figures by sending me customers. You guys see that? I'm giving y'all some gems. Y'all picking it up? I spent zero out of pocket. Guess what I then did next? I kept doing it to different people with different audiences. I don't care how small their audience was. I promoted Maestro, and I was able to fund, watch this, fund my entire company Maestro by this strategy. Okay. Now Maestro is profitable, and I own most of Maestro. Okay. Y'all give it up in the chat. That's how you sustain a company, and that's how you grow a app company. You believe so much into your idea that you shout from the rooftops that you have built something amazing. See, many of you, the challenge that you're going to run into is that many of you built something and you leave it. This is what most people do. They built something and they leave it by the wayside. Okay? Don't do that. That's what most people do. Okay? So, I did a founders launch. Everybody say, everybody in the chat, founders launch, founders launch, founders launch. Everybody write in the chat, founders launch, founders launch, founders launch. Do a founders launch in the next week. You guys, and we call it pre-selling. What is pre-selling? You can pre-sell your app without it being done. Emma, as soon as we get a working prototype, Emma can go out there with you guys and a bunch of people, put people on a Zoom call, tell people her vision, her heart for helping people with bullying. She ain't got to do no creative slides. She ain't got to do nothing special. She shows her app. This is going to change kids' life. And then at the end, she said, you guys can get in for $20. Now she has her first round of customers. And then you keep doing that over and over and over and over again. And one day you're going to look up and you're going to have thousands of customers. And then you take that money and you put it back to ads and you create a viral effect. And now your app has thousands of customers. Y'all getting it? I'm giving y'all the secrets that people don't. I wish people would have taught me this stuff. I'm giving y'all like some gems. I hope y'all like picking it up. Everybody picking it up? Everybody picking it up? Let me know in the chat if this is amazing. So everybody picking it up? Picking it up, picking it up. Let me know in the chat if this is making sense to you. All right. So this is the last part. And then I'm going to share something game-changing with you guys so many of you can continue on with us. All right. Because many of you are going to want to continue on with us. It's not even going to be a non-negotiable because what I'm building is going to be amazing. But let me finish this last part. All right. So launch a lifetime or discounted deal. Okay. This is how you are going to get your app out there in the most biggest way possible. You're going to launch a lifetime or discounted deal. When you launch it, people are going to take you up on it. Okay. And then the last part is that you're going to launch a founders program, meaning founding members can be a part of what it is that you're doing. Everybody got it? Founding members can be a part of what you are building. That's what you want. You want people to be a part of what you're building. And let me tell you the last part of the story, and then I'm gonna share something with you guys that's going to be game changing for many of you. Here's the last part of the story. All right. Guess what? About a year ago, when I found out about AI, and I found out about AI years ago, but it was like a year ago, I kind of like put it as a mandatory thing in my company to learn. Like, you got to learn, like telling everybody on my team, my assistants, my developers, my testers, everything, like, we got to learn AI. We got to use AI to make us stronger. So one of the things we did was with my platform, Maestro, we decided to rebuild it. Next month, you guys are going to see Maestro turn into a completely fully functional membership. We're taking out features. We're completely revamping it to make it such a game-changer AI platform for creators. So you guys are going to see it's going to be like Patreon, right? I'm just giving y'all that tip. It's going to be like Patreon. So like we've been rebuilding this tool, like rebuilding it. And I said, let me talk to a few customers. So here's what I did. I went out and I talked to a few customers, and I went out and talked to a few of my customers. And I said, find me, this is what I told my team, find me the oldest longing standstilling customer in our database. I want to talk to the longest standing, like the longest one who's been paying the longest, right? So here's what happened. Okay. They found this lady, said she's been paying since 2017. So for almost 6 years, she's been paying. So I get on a Zoom call with her and I literally just was like, hey, can you tell me what's wrong with the product? How would you make the product better? All those different things, right? I said, how would you make this product better? She says, Justin, I've watched you evolve this product over the years. And I said, where did you come from? Where does everybody think she came from? This is not a story I'm making up. Charlotte will tell you this will happen. I said, where did you come from? She was one of the ladies from Australia. The first group of ladies that I pitched in my founders launch. I was like, you still paying all of these? You've been paying for 6-7 years every year. She said, Justin, and I'll never forget this. She said, Justin, I'd be a fool to leave you now. I'd be a fool to give up that price because I see where you're going and I don't want to miss the bandwagon. That's when it clicked for me. I need to stop building for people who leave and stop caring about what people who don't invest in my company or leave and go to another company, and focus on those people. Hear me out. Focus on them. Focus on the people that, even if it's a new piece of technology in your space, they leave. If you care about building community and you care about your customers, they won't leave. She's not the only one still on the platform. There's still people paying from 2017, 2018. And I'm telling you guys this as a last spot and as a summary before I tell you guys about how some of you can move forward with us. I'm telling you guys this as a prerequisite. The app game isn't going anywhere. The software game is only going to increase. Stop making excuses. It grows 20% every single year, and people will, like, you guys have phones and these things are not going anywhere. So why can't you build something amazing? Why can't you change the world? Why can't you not even just change the world, change your world, change your bank account, change your pockets? I wasn't supposed to be here teaching you guys, teaching over 700 people who are listening to me right now. I'm not supposed to be here. Well, let me take that back. I am supposed to be here because I put in the work and I took the risk. And the rewards, let me just tell some of y'all, the rewards are plenty, but the laborers are few. Okay? If you don't launch, you're going to be one of those people that say, I shoulda, I coulda, and I woulda. Just like the stories that I heard traveling around the world when I told people what I do. I had an idea. Nobody cares about your idea. They care about what you implement. They care about what you launch. They don't care about your idea. You guys get it? And this has changed my life. It's how I was able to afford the things I afford. It's why I'm able to invest. It's why I'm about to do something crazy for my mother for Christmas that she doesn't know I'm about to do for her. That's going to change her life. I am able to do these things because I cared enough to win. I cared, and I did not look at where I came from. I did not look at who I was or who my daddy was, or I grew up on Chicago, woe is me. I started with zero in my bank account like everybody did. I didn't get any handouts. I didn't get anybody telling me anything. I did exactly what I showed you guys. I had ideation. I proved the business work. I went through the struggles, the sacrifices, the blood, the sweat, and the tears. I learned prototyping. You guys don't have to learn what I learned with HTML and CSS. I had to study 3 hours a day. Question, how many people you think at the college study more than 30 minutes outside of investing themselves outside of college? They have spent $100,000 on a college degree that they don't even use anymore, but they won't even invest in themselves. Isn't that absolute madness? You guys know that's madness, absolute madness. Then I went through and learned distribution. I learned through sacrifices. I learned through that. So what I want you guys to understand is I've been where you've been, and I'm here to help you. So let me ask you guys a question, because we're going to transition to something very special, very powerful. Okay. And that is, I want to share with you guys how many of you can continue with us? All right. How many of you can continue with us? And I built something special. It's not a program, it's not another thing. It's something that can take this and help you to really be able to go to levels and new heights you can ever imagine. I'm gonna share a couple people who decided to take the decision, and this is not something that you need to overthink. This is something that many of you need to continue. If you see my heart, you see that. My people will tell you, who's in the apps built with AI community, they will tell you I am like this on every call because I want people to win. Y'all got it? So let's go into how many of you can continue with us. So you learned all the strategies. Here's what you've discovered today. You've learned all the strategies, everything that I showed you today, all the different strategies. So let's just recap everything that you've learned today. You've learned today all about number one is to start small, right? Think profitably, focus on apps that could generate maybe 10,000 a month, and niche markets. You learned this today. We talked about niche markets beats broad markets every time. Okay. That's where the wealth in building apps is. The wealth in apps is building the secrets, building the ability to go into niche markets. That's where the money is. Number two, you guys also have learned about how to also build, okay? How to also build before you validate, which is talk to customers first. That's what we learned today. We learned about building, which is where we talked about today, where you learned about validating, and we also learned about building. And then I showed you guys how to use AI to ship products in 1 to 2 weeks. Okay, so you don't need to learn all the coding structure. I'm gonna teach you guys how you want to learn some of these skill sets, but this is how we are going to help you. So again, this is just a recap of what happened here. Let's take a breath and recap everything we covered today. You discovered the 2 to 3 year window where AI tools empower app building. You learned why 99% of app builders fail by building before they validate. And we introduced the idea matrix framework, which flips the script. You also felt the shift from I need to hire a developer to I am the founder. And what used to cost $50,000 and takes 6 months now costs $100 a month. And we walk you through the 3 secrets of top 1%, which is first validation and talking to customers. So here is the question I have for you. Okay. Isn't it time that you profit from what can be described as the greatest opportunity in this digital age to create your fortune? I want you to internalize this for just a moment. I want you to internalize this question, because there's a road and many people are at that crossroad, right? Which is they're trying to figure out, oh, what should I do next? Oh, how do I build this the right way? Oh, should I like overwhelm myself? I'm here to tell you that there is another way. Okay. So here's what I want to ask you. Hasn't it been eye-open to realize that what used to cost 50,000, 6 months can now be done for $100 a month in just 60 days? And it's the only thing standing between you and a profitable app isn't your technical ability. It's just you knowing the right process. And are you starting to realize that the builders who succeed aren't just the most technical ones? They're the ones who understand their customers, pick a specific niche, and nail a distribution. And that you don't need to be a developer. You just need to be a great product manager. So you have 2 choices. And here's where we're at for everybody here, right? You've seen the blueprint. You know the secret.
And he goes into at this point, and you making a decision whether or not you want to invest in his program or if you want to do it on your own. And so here's a couple of things I want to take a quick intermission in regards to doing it on your own. I didn't know. So what happens, a lot of people don't know what they don't know. And we don't know these things, but people that have already gone through some of the pain points and, just looking at the next step that Inika and I thought that we were supposed to make was to actually invest in ads, not just regular ads, right? We've been doing organic ads in regards to just like the tax business, trying to get the engagement. But one of the things that stood out in regards to the distribution part that I definitely had on the board of to-do list is to go out and reach and talk to people, to have people go and test the app. I know that that we're going to extend our founding launch period type thing for our testers. because again, just getting real feedback in regards to how to, we're not just trying to make money, we're trying to help with financial literacy in these areas that are not taught in schools, like taxes, business, credit, everything that's covered as the pillars in our app. And it's something that we're passionate about. It's something that we live. It's something that each part of this AI Legacy Blueprint Master Calculator has intricate parts. And so I spent the last, after watching the first day yesterday, I spent the last 24 hours or so just focusing on, I mean, is it too much? But then you got to stop and think about it. Like I shared with one of my friends yesterday that gave me that real talk review that I provided earlier. This is the things that finances are taught. I mean, this is what financial education is. Like, these areas are not taught in schools. Now, it's not, each pillar does not go and give you just financial education. It's not like a glossary. It is heavily suited in taxes because, again, my business partner having over 30 years of tax experience, and one of the brains behind the whole hub, the tax extraordinaire, just seeing those pains that her tax clients have had, and seeing it, just the interaction of it, it is a little tax heavy. So I can agree with that. And even like I said, the last 24 hours, I was really processing, like, okay, maybe we need to just have a taxes pillar. But my problem with that, just breaking out the pillar like this, is because taxes is just one piece. Taxes is something we specialize in. Credit. I mean, I used to have a credit repair company, CCC Elevate You, and even in the mortgage game, as well as the life insurance game, and then in the tax game, we're seeing how much credit plays a part into your finances, where you can't have one without the other. And then your real estate, looking at residential as well as commercial real estate, that piece is for your financial education. But then, two, if anybody business, if you don't have your own business, how to actually set that up. Having 16 years as the president of my own foundations, as well as working with one of the best opportunities, working with my cousin Chris Bosch Foundation, that was the best part of my life. So nonprofit, and understanding when you make the money, you're making millions and billions, how to actually disperse that money. And then AI is here with consulting. I mean, every pillar has a piece in the whole period of wealth. Life insurance, I'm always about that life, because again, you have to protect your the things you love. You have to have those protections. Estate planning, you got to know where everything goes within parts of that life. Automation, right? It's not just automation, but how to free up your time and money in regards to your whole business idea. Travel, that's where the wealth is. Living, I'm from Detroit, Michigan. What up, though? But traveling and seeing the world is where, that's the strategy. That's the part Justin actually talked about earlier today, that he's going to be traveling. He has Bali, he has a place in Bali, he has a place in South Africa, is based right now in Atlanta, Georgia. Living for travel, that's me as well. Like my business partner, I mean, just on a cruise for the holidays. That's how we're supposed to live. And so then you have mindset. I mean, you can't do anything unless you have the mindset of owning it and taking accountability of where you are now, and knowing God that is leading the actual way. And so creating the wealth, and there's no health without wealth. So all of these, that's why I had to, reach out to the WhatsApp group, and like, okay, just give me, is it too much? But it can't be too much, because this is like I described it, the Walmart of financial education. When you go to Walmart, you might go and get one thing out of the aisle. Maybe you're going to buy a new computer. You're going in to invest in the computer, but you got to walk past the furniture department. You have to walk past the carts. You have to walk past the groceries. You have to walk past all these different areas. These aspects of, if you don't know what you don't know, and I'm having a difficulty just building one app in regards to, because this is the passion of where I live. And I know that in the future, I know I'm going to speak to people on larger levels on the importance of financial education, getting your assets in order, being able to understand. And now this power of AI, I love all of the different apps and ads, and in regards to moving and things like engagement, but this is what the real deal is. And knowing how financial education works, this is my passion. So I know I'm going to at least take this weekend. And then this, okay, affiliate program is something that needs to be instituted into our system. I agree with that. But being able to connect with these different groups and kind of sharing those whole thought process. finances are important. It's one of those things, like, if you don't know what you don't know, if I stay in my lane, like, I'm sliding someone else in regards to the journey that I've been through. So it's kind of difficult when you go through those different parts, but you can't do it alone. And that part I do know in regards to the whole process. So, what I'm going to do is jump into Justin breaks down hearing his opportunity, because he does have an affiliate program as well. But like I said, I just want to do this because this was what today's journey looks like for Adrian Mays. You'll see it's one thing about when you do social media, it's on there forever. So you'll see how the process happened in regards to our founders pricing. We are pricing right now, and how we're going to evolve from there. I'm going to utilize the things that he's going to show to you that's within his program. So here we go.
In our community, and you get to have like live calls with me, everything to help you to be able to get on that path, right? So here's the difference: 60% succeed with guidance, 90% of people fell alone. That's not opinion, guys. That's data. Okay, so here's the question. The question isn't, can I afford to join? The question really is, can I afford to waste 6 months figuring this out alone and still fail? Because that 2 to 3 year window is closing. Every month that passes, more people discover these tools, the easy wins get taken. And in 6 months, when you're still Googling and guessing, this opportunity might be gone. But when you join today, I just want you to picture this. And this is how I quantum leap my way to success. I want you guys to understand this. I was able to quantum leap my way to success is 60 days from now, I said, what if I can have a validated app idea with pre-launch commitments? What if I had a working MVP with AI? What if I had paying customers generating recurring revenue? And what if I had a clear path to 5 to 10K per month? Listen, that's choice number 2, right? And that's exactly what I want to help you build inside of the apps built with AI accelerators. So let me show you what that looks like, all right? Because this is going to be for you, because there's many of you that are going to continue and work with me. And there's some of you that will do path number 1. And I'm telling you, like I'm going to show you in a second with one of our members, Vicky, who literally a month ago, I'm going to share her story with you in a second. But this is the apps built with AI accelerator. We call it the 60 days acceleration to your first profitable app. All right. This is the first, again, like I'm telling you guys, like 60 days. I know I said you could build an app in a week or 2, but for the whole system. Because again, like I share with you in this process, if you miss a part of the process, even one fraction of it, you can have failure. Okay. So let me show you guys what you're going to get when you invest in the apps built with AI accelerator. So it is a complete training with 35 plus video lessons, but it's not focused on video. Let me just say that really quick. Okay. It's going to walk you through everything, and it's going to keep you accountable for the next 60 days to take advantage of one of the largest wealth transfers that exists, in my opinion. All right. So you might be wondering what's inside the accelerator. Well, let me show you guys this. This is going to take you and guide you from idea to paying customers with actionable, no fluff steps for a clear path to launching. All right. So here's what we're going to cover in the accelerator. Module 1 that you're going to go through, which is called idea validation. I'm going to help you find your winning idea. This is where we're going to go through a validated app idea with proven market demand. All right. In module 2, you're going to learn about choosing the right path. All right. Which is going to help you to understand the right path, where you want to be. All right. The name of the game is you want to be at module, you want to be able to understand the path and which code do you choose. We're going to talk about that. Which decision, which technology do you build? That's what we're going to go over. Module 3 is all going to be about product design. I'm going to show you guys all the processes that unfortunately we couldn't cover today, which is all around user flow mapping, feature prioritization, all the different things. You're going to want to learn this. And module 4 is going to be called building with AI, where I'm going to give you all of my prompts, but I'm going to give you guys a tool I'm going to show you that you're going to get as a bonus that's going to make all of this push button easy. Okay. I'm gonna make this super, super easy for you guys. So if you're saying I'm not technical, or even if you are technical and you build something, I want to push the easy button and help you to do this. So you're gonna learn how to actually build software that's the right way. Okay. I'm gonna teach you guys how to integrate payments, how to test and debug, and how to deploy the right way. All right. And then finally, in module 5, this is called the launch and growth method. This is where I'm going to take you guys through it in exact detail, how I pre-launch products, how I launch to the public, and the strategies that I go over. And included in the app, the accelerator, is the 3-day virtual boot camp. All right. So I am going to do a 3-day virtual boot camp with you. All right. So it's not just, modules, those type of things. Okay. What this is it's a 3-day virtual boot camp where you'll transform your idea. You get to work with me, and it's going to transform you into a launch ready product guided by expert insights and hands-on app development. All right. So again, here is the value of what you are getting. So you're going to get the apps built with AI core curriculum. This has a value of $1,497. And then you get the 3-day virtual boot camp, which has a value of $997. That brings the total program value to $2,494. All right. And you can get in. Okay. And we are, just to let you know, and this is not a lie. This is one of the last trainings that I'm doing before the end of the year, and we are going to be increasing the price. I wanted to make this super affordable for everyone. And like I told you, the moment that you stop investing in yourself to grow something like this is the moment that you stop growing in your income, in your bank account, and in yourself. All right. So you can get started. The normal price of this is usually, almost $1,997. You can get started today for $997. All right. So, or we do have a payment plan in here as well. The team is going to drop the link in the chat right now so you guys can get started. But I want to show you guys some bonuses that I want to include so that you can know that this program is the real deal, and also some of the things that I am going to do to help you to be able to scale. All right. So this is 6 bonuses, okay, that I am going to help you with, and also that we are going to offer as a bonus as you join in the program. So bonus number 1, I am going to give you guys access to the AI Profit Blueprint Builder platform.
Hey, Justin, can you stop sharing your screen and see if it just refresh? I think your slides froze.
Did the slides froze? Okay, hold on 1 second. Oh, the slides froze. 1 second, guys. Let me just see. Let's see.
So pretty much from this point, he promotes his program, which is amazing. So don't get me wrong, but I do want to fast forward it to the testimonial that was pretty amazing as well. A doctor that built their app, and I want you to be able to kind of get some feedback from Dr. Vicky Wright, and before I go to day 2 for you as well. So here we go.
Bring up a few people real quick, and then we're going to do the VIP session after this for those of you that hasn't been able to scale. Here's what we're going to do. Go ahead. Did the link, is the link posted in the chat? Let me just know. I haven't been looking at the chat. Let me just see. Okay, so we posted the link in the chat. I want to bring up real quick. Vicky, are you here? I want to tell you guys something real quick. I want to show you guys this. You guys are joining. Let me know in the chat who's already signed up. Okay, Vicky is here. Vicky. Now let me tell y'all a little bit about Vicky real quick. All right. Let me know in the chat who's working on signing up. Who's working on signing up for the accelerator? Sheila just joined. All right. The price also will go up next week, just to let you guys know. Mando is in. Who's in? Gwendolyn is in. Diana is joining. Who else? Come on. Like Mary just joined. Sherilyn just joined. Y'all better not sit on the sidelines. Shayna is joining. Who's working on it? Farah is joining. Raquel is joining. Patricia is joining. Angela said her husband is joining. Great. Deb, I just joined. We're in. Shayla is in. Y'all better not sit on the sidelines. Don't be worrying about. Listen, I just want y'all to see this. Emma is in. Lachelle says working on it. Who's working on it? Who's working on it? Let me know in the chat. Carl said he's in. Misty said, I'm working on it. Okay, I'm working on it. All right. Let me show y'all. Let me just show y'all this so y'all don't, so y'all stop overthinking it. All right. This is Vicky. I met Vicky. Javier is in. Good to have you, Javier. Ty is working on it. So let me tell you guys about Vicky. I met Vicky. Let me tell you this story, short story real quick. I met Vicky. She's laughing because this is hilarious. I met Vicky about what has it been, a month and a half ago, Vicky? Was it about a
in
month and a half
November.
ago? Okay. In November. Okay, yes, in November. Now watch this. I had just got off a plane from Bali, Indonesia. Okay, I had spent 6 months in Bali, Indonesia. Okay, 6 months. Okay, I spent 6 months in Bali, Indonesia. Greatest 6 months. Matter of fact, we're gonna probably for my Apps Build with AI Summit. How many of y'all gonna come to Bali if I do the bat signal? We do an Apps Build with AI. Y'all gotta come. We're gonna do an international trip. Y'all thinking we're just gonna be in the US. No, we won't be. I'm just telling y'all, y'all join the community. No. We will not be in the US all the time. We will be in Bali. I have a villa in Bali. So here's what happens, right? Vicky is one of the first people. I come speak at this event for one of my clients, and Vicky comes to the workshop. I don't know, it was just something about Vicky. I said, Vicky was in the crowd, and I'm speaking about apps. I'm telling people about Apps Built with AI. I'm talking about Apps Built with AI. We're talking about Apps Built with AI. Here's what happens. I'm talking about it. And so I don't know. I tell y'all it's special. I chose Vicky. I said, let me help one of y'all build your app. And so Vicky came up. Vicky was, I'm gonna just say this, Vicky. It's okay. Vicky was confused and confused get. Vicky was confused and confused get. She didn't know about apps. And she said, so we were trying to work it out. And all the people were like, pick somebody. Remember that, Vicky? They were like, because she was so confused, like, pick somebody else. That's what Vicky said. Vicky was like, pick somebody else. Right? But I don't do that. I don't let people influence. So we kept building. Vicky, we built something with app. We built something on Lovable, and we ended up building the apps. And what ended up happening is we built a leadership, right? We built a leadership app. So Vicky went back. Vicky never stopped. She kept reaching out to us. She said, how can I make this happen? I said, how can I make this happen? And she kept even, look, let me tell y'all, when you want something bad enough, you get it. So Vicky started emailing all of us. She just started emailing. She finally comes into the program. Vicky has been in the program. What has it been? Less than a month? Less than a month? Tell everybody what you built, Vicky. Tell everybody what you built in less than a month.
So a little bit about my background. I've been an executive and all that, and I'm a little well seasoned. So when I was looking for an opportunity, I like that. Season. I was looking for an opportunity to grow and to develop, and technology was my background. I knew that I had to get into AI and to do something different. And so I spent, after I lost my corporate job, God had me as a caregiver for 7 people at one time while still working. So when I got ready to do my app, I wanted to do something that I felt, I knew about, I lived it, I knew that there was a need for. Now, the ironic thing about this is one of the people that I was caregiving for is my brother. And he passed, and he was 14 months older than I am. Justin looks just like him. Just like him. And when I met him, tears were just falling. And I was like, oh my God, Tommy sent you to me. So when I started this app, I knew what I wanted to do. And when we got into the program and he started showing us what to do, I said, okay, I'm ready for the next step. Okay, what's next? And he was like, trust the process. I am trusting the process. I already did that already. I did my research. I went and found out who the competitors are. I spent 2.5 days, probably 17 hours, and I built this app I'm getting ready to show to you. I am extremely proud of it because, yes, I am seasoned, but he knew how to teach an old dog new tricks. And when I tell you he will never leave you, he will never leave you. He is my angel. He is God sent. There is nothing that he could ask me to do that I wouldn't do. If he wanted 50% of my app, he could have it. That's how powerful this man is. It's not talk. I'm telling you, it is action. So with that said, I don't want to take up too much time, so let me go ahead. I need to be able to share. I need to be able to share my app.
Yeah, team, I want y'all to see this app that she built in less than a month. Take me out.
I got it. I got it.
Yeah, can one of you guys remove me? Okay. Oh, you don't have to remove me, actually. Okay, here we go.
All right.
All right.
So the name of my app is called KinKeeper, and is the only app from doing research that is an all-inclusive caregiving command center that is being used. Okay. So the app is ready for me to get ready for launch. So there's my join wait list. You can join it. You'll get an email back that says you've joined the wait list. It has all of my features as to what's in the features, so you can see the features. It goes in and talks about the different plans and what you receive, and tells you about the application. So when I did this, I know firsthand that one of the things that happens is you need information readily and available. So I created a dashboard. My dashboard has things of like appointments, where you can set up appointments that you can go see. You can add tasks that you want to add, you can cross off. When you go into your appointments, you can do notes. You can, this is actually updated. I don't know why it updated. But anyway, you can do pending tasks. Everything is connected off of my dashboards. Active meds, what meds are they taking? You can go and see the documents for the state. So you can have a dashboard of documents, you can have medical documents, legal documents, financial documents, personal documents. All of this information built into the digital vault, because there's nothing worse of not being able to do that. When you go to KinKeeper AI, I map this to Web ID. I want to know not only about documents, I want to know the side effects of Benadryl. There's nothing worse than having a doctor tell you need to go take this medicine. You're like, okay, what is it? What does it do? I'm gonna go find out myself. So I go out, and now I'm going to WebMD. It's gonna tell me exactly what the side effects are, what to think about, questions to ask, so I can get directly to my doctor to understand what's actually going on here. Okay, as they're recommending these things. I have a family team. You can add different family members. I can say their names, their emails, their relationship, their phone number. I can say whether they have full access, caregiver, or viewer. Now, the purpose of this is not just so, you know how you have long distance family, even though they may not be helping, they want to keep and find out what's going on. They have a way to do that. If you go into hospice, if you have home health care, if you have any of that, you need to be able to leave information. You might want to have caregivers to come in here to leave information, because even on the task list, I had a list that I built out for all my caregivers. I want my mama to have this at 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock, 9:30. I had to do all that by hand. I don't have to do that anymore. It's all here. Power of attorney, what I could have access to, medical power of attorney, any last will and wishes, any lawyer documents, any of that. I wanted to make sure there was a place for that to be able to do this, you know, in terms of making that happen. These are caregiver resources. I wanted to make sure that everybody thinks that you become a caregiver and it comes with a manual. Guess what? You get thrown into it. My mama need me, my daddy need me, my cousin need me, my brother need me, my brother-in-law need me. Those were the 5 I was taking care of while I was trying to take care of a household and a family and doing things manually and trying to keep up, from therapy to cardiologist to diabetes to you name it. It was everything all at once. So because everybody doesn't come with the manual, I wanted to give them things that they could start with. Read the caregiver's welcome letter. Here's your welcome letter of the things you need to think about when you're doing it. Okay. Here, I'm going to do a video. I can do a video to do a welcome, a review of my 11-step caregiving game plan. Okay. And close this so that I'm able to move forward. And then as I complete these and move forward, I can say mark as complete, and it goes to the next list. right? It goes all the way down. Identify current gaps in your core coverage, right? So these are questions you need to ask about. What does this look like? What does this mean, etc. Now, I'm going to tell you, I'm glad these errors are coming up. You know why? Because I'm in the mode of finishing testing. This is the best way to learn. And you might say, well, what do I do? We got this thing over here that's in AI in the far left-hand corner. I can say to it, please go fix the error that's showing. Please fix the error of failed, saved, oops. This up.
Yo, Vicky, you ain't gotta, look, Vicky about to teach y'all a whole
save progress on the
I love it.
caregiver resource.
I love it.
Page.
I love it.
And it actually goes out there and works. It refreshes it and it does it. When I tell you a powerful AI built toolkit, you can't go wrong. You can't. You can't. If I can learn it, you can learn it. This has paid for itself 500 times over. When he said to me, I'm going to help you, I bawled my eyes out because after taking care of 7 people and working, I had money that I had a good job. I had great money. I had retirement set. I lost every penny of it. Every penny of it. Taking care of family. I don't regret it because God said, honor thy mother and thy father, for thy days may be long. He's going to replenish this 1,000 times over. I know that. So when I met Justin, I came from riding in private jets, having cars to come pick me up, to not a red copper cent in my bank account. So when I kept sending emails, I was like, okay, I got $100 today. I got $200 today. How can I make this happen? How can I get on a payment plan? I need to get this in PayPal. I need to get that in PayPal. I went through it all because I was committed. This is saving my life. And I know the number of people it's going to save their life for, because nothing comes with a manual. Just like when you have kids, there is no parent manual to come and tell you how to raise them and what to do. So this is a heartfelt. One of the things he told us about is you always want to have a support page. Make sure you have a support page. Most apps don't have them. The nuggets he gives you, they are priceless, priceless. He told you about your distribution and all of that. And then this is your settings. So setting up your profiles of everything you need. So he told you about the distribution. He hadn't even given you some of the secrets. Some of the places where you can go and get distribution that we never thought about. Oh my God, my audience hangs out here. He gives you research information. Go to this place. You're going to find out more of the people you wanted there than you thought were there. When I tell you he is the real deal, he is beyond the real deal. And let's just be frank about it. That 30%, 40%, 50%, whatever he took of the company, he don't need it. He doesn't need it. He's doing it because his heart, from the time of the have-nots to actually crossing the railroad to the haves, of understanding, he has never forgotten where he came from. So I can't say it enough. If you smart, you're going to jump on board. You're not going to waste any time. You're going to get there quicker than anything. And my whole thing is, it only takes a few people to believe in me and this app for it to go viral. I will be a millionaire next year. Mark my words. I will be a millionaire next year. And this app is going to be a long contribution to it because I'm not stopping at one. While you all were sitting here talking, I was in this session with you. I went to the apps built and I built me another one. I went and did the research. I went and found out what was there. I knew my competitors. I said who they are. I went to the competitor site, found out what people were saying negative about it. I added it to my features. I went to the website. I said, oh, if this is what it's supposed to do and this is what's here, I said, tell me what the differences are. I went to AI. It gave me all these massive differences that were there and said, you have gold. It rated my app as a 95% on his app build. So I knew I was doing something right. Now I'm ready to go start in and tell AI to go fix this, fix that. I'll be testing all night. Because the deal is when you believe in it, you can do it. He is my savior. That's my little big brother. And I will always tell him that, my little big brother. Tommy, send him to me. This is my angel. I can't say it enough. This is my angel.
Oh, Vicky. I don't think, team, did y'all get like, give some Vicky some love in the chat. Thank you so much. And you see how emotional this stuff is. She had a dream and she built it. Team, I want y'all to clip that out. I'm using that every time. I'm gonna use that at my seminars, at every event. And just to let you guys know, we're building something. And I even get emotional when I think about this because I've been doing this for so long, and 15 years. And sometimes when you offer programs like this, it's like there's some people who see it as, oh my God, he's selling me and it's another program. I want you guys to understand something. This is so different. This is about you building something and coming into a group of people that love each other and want to build and change the world. Do y'all see that? Something different. Now, Mike is going to say something, but I want to show you guys something so you're not confused. Let me show you something. Mike, let me show him something real quick. And Vicky, thank you so much. Your heart, your soul is so pure. And just watching you build caregivers and helping caregivers and people who are confused about this and that, I just can't wait to see what you build. Like what happened.
But you're the real deal. I didn't tell you all anything that's not true. You saw it. He is the real deal.
And I want to pause there too, because he is, right after you get started with him, he has an onboarding program and he connects with everyone that is on there live. So I wanted to jump because I know this live is going long, but I wanted to provide this because this is the day 25 months of sobriety and what it looks like in regards to the growth process of building the billionaire brand on day 583. So let me jump to the second what was I going to say? The second part of day 2, which was this morning. And then that way you'll be able to have all the information on what it looks like to build an app with AI, as well as, just tidbits on the distribution. When I say that the distribution is huge, that's the piece that I wasn't prepared for when I built our app. When we built the app, we had the concept, we did the testing, I went out, did the research as best as possible. But he goes deeper in the research. He gives you more input in regards to the how. And I was just chatting with this VA on Monday. I'm going hard in regards to talking to different groups to talk about this, the impact of what financial literacy and wealth looks like. Because if we don't take control now and having the mentality that all you can do is a job, it's billions of opportunities all around the world. But if we don't take action and understand how to you can create your own situation, you can solve your own problem, and you can create something called an app and help other people out along the way as well. So let's jump into day 2 of the summit, because we're going to go ahead and be able to allow what this morning looked like, and then that way you can kind of get some insight and go from there. So as you can see, the replays will be taken down after day 2, but this is the beginning here.
With AI Summit day number. Everybody, what's in team just dropped in the chat.
Idea, but is this making sense to technology?
Everybody, what's inside. So if you missed yesterday and you're like, yo, I've heard about this accelerator. I've seen so many people jump. Justin will be talking about that at the very end, and I'll be giving some big announcements. Okay. Now, one last thing. Everybody just put good news in the chat. If you're listening, just type good news in the chat. I'm going to see if you're listening real quick. I want to see PK. You listening, Sharon? You listening? So I got good news. So originally, the replays for general admission were going to get taken down tonight, but I got good news. Justin hit me up. I was like, man, I got so many people that they had to work on Friday. They want to catch up over the weekend. I'm going to extend it a little bit. So now VIP, you get lifetime access. Let me remind you, VIP, you get lifetime access. Where's all my VIPs at? Put VIP in the chat. But general admission, you're going to have Justin. Are you in here, Justin? Is it Monday night or Sunday night? Refresh me real quick. I just want to make sure we're clear. I got the page ready. I just want to make sure I think it's Monday night.
Monday.
Yeah, is it Monday? Okay, gotcha. Monday. So you have until Monday to watch the replay. So instead of tonight, he's extending it. So what's going to happen is here in just a little bit, we're going to go ahead and send you a link and send you a text and an email, general admission, that has the link in, like it's just a one page that has the video on it, and you'll be able to go watch the replays over the weekend. Is that cool? Everybody just put thank you, Justin, in the chat, if that's okay with you guys. All right. If that's okay with you guys, just go ahead and let me know. The site will look somewhat like this, just so you guys kind of know. It'll be sent over to you. You'll be able to log in. It'll look something like this. You watch the replay, and you'll be able to check it all out and make sure that you take advantage of this information. So we'll be emailing and texting that out to you. VIP, you can still have your portal that has lifetime access in it. So you guys will still have all your resources and everything hosted in there. And if you want to upgrade to VIP and you're here and you're like, yo, VIP sounds cool, lifetime access to replays. Yes, you can get lifetime access to replays by clicking that link that the team just dropped in the chat. It's only $49 for you guys to do so. Now, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and pass this over. I got so many more announcements throughout the day, so I'm going to be coming back multiple times. But I'm going to go ahead and pass this over to the one and the only Mr. Justin Burns. He is ready to rock. He's been preparing for day 2 like crazy. And so he's been preparing many, like those slides, y'all. You know how long it takes to build the slides, to prepare the content, to get the speaker. So everybody just, again, put thanks in the chat real quick to show him some love. Maybe even put a fire emoji in the chat, y'all. But he's ready and hyped up. Justin, I want to pass this over to you, bro, so we can get started with day number 2. Let's get it.
All right. Let me know in the chat. Can everybody hear me okay? Let me know in the chat. And if you could hear me okay, if you can see me okay. All right. What's up? Apps built with AI. How's everybody doing today? Mic check. All right. Happy Saturday to all the beautiful people. Appreciate you guys coming today. Today is day 2 of the summit. I got some really good stuff in store for you guys today. We're going to recap. I see we got some new people. Shout out to the new people who are just joining today. You guys will be able to catch up on the replays, but I am going to recap what we've learned over yesterday as well, to kind of cover. And I got some new resources for you guys to go through as well. And then the other thing too, I got one of my good mentors, Jason Long. You guys are going to be in for a treat. You want to really listen to this conversation that me and Jason are going to have when I interview Jason. Jason is one of my really good friends. He's a mentor. He turned around. He became the CEO of a 8-figure company, technology company, and he turned this company around and was able to get it sold, right? So I want to give you a different perspective, because there's levels. Everybody type levels in the chat. Type levels in the chat. There's levels to technology apps, okay? There's levels to this game. And sometimes like I told you guys, there's different levels. Sometimes you can have a level where you are making, you can make $5,000 a month. You can make $10,000 a month with your app. You can make $100,000 a month. But then there's other levels where you can actually make $100 million, $100 million, $200 million. So there's levels. So I want to give you guys perspective of someone who actually, I told you guys, like, my favorite saying is, I'm not new to this, I'm true to this. And that means that I've built companies that I've sold. I've built tech companies that I've sold. I'm building one now that who knows, I may sell it in the future, right? And so I want to give you guys another perspective, and Jason's going to come on in about 45 minutes to an hour where he's going to give his perspective. All right, let's jump right into, so you guys can, we can go ahead and get you guys going with what we have today. All right. So what I'm going to do, because we do have some new peeps in the group, we're going to recap yesterday. How many of you guys were excited about yesterday? How many guys are excited about yesterday? Well, let's get into it. Now, let me tell you guys something. There's different levels of people on today's training. Some of you are already building your app. Some of you are just starting. There's different peeps, right? What I want you to understand is always, I have this saying, I say ABL, always be learning, right? I'm always learning. And sometimes sometimes I learn the basics to make sure that I did not forget the real principles. Did you guys hear that? Because sometimes, like, when we think we know something, we end up skipping over steps that can cost us $1 million. There's been years that I'm like, I know ideation, I know how to do a niche. And then it's like, I miss over something that was part of the basics, that was a part of the principles and the systems that I'm now doing right now that has made me more money. Is this making sense? So even if you are steps ahead, step back and make sure that you got the full scope and the window. Don't just be like, oh, I know that already. I know ideation. I know the secrets. I know already how to do court. Those are the people that usually fall harder than they rise. You know, those people that said, I was successful back in the day. Well, the reason, and hear me out, this is wisdom. I want you guys to hear this. I hear so many people, see, the reason why I've been an entrepreneur full-time for 15 years and went through COVID and all type of stuff, potential bankruptcy. The reason why I'm able to build myself back with so many programs and different companies is because I mastered the basics. Did you guys hear that? So then when I fail, watch this. If I do experience some challenges, I'm able to go back to the basics and repeat my success. Some people, when they don't master the basics and necessities, and then they fail, they don't know how they don't know how to go back because they jump 5, 6, 7 steps. Is this making sense to everybody? So master the basics, and mastery takes time. And then you go through the system, and then what you do is you go back and say, okay, step 1 was this, step 2 was this, step 3 was this, and now I know what to do. And that's why every single time, even now I was telling people, and I want you guys to understand this, we're living in the future right now. The future isn't in the future. The future is now. We are in the age of robotics and AI development, and you guys are at the perfect time. All right, so let's jump into what we went over yesterday. So I went over 3 secrets yesterday for those of you that are joining us, but this will be good. Secret number 1 was all about the idea matrix. I created this formula myself, where I went through and I was like, okay, the first part of picking a good idea, but also enhancing my idea was to, okay, how can I pick a great idea, or how can I make my idea really, really good, right? That's what we talked about yesterday. And so, you know, it's like, do I have a proven idea? And then if I do have an idea already, what's the market gaps? And let me tell you guys, for those in the chat, how many of you guys are already building something? Like you're already building an app, or you already have a tech company? Just post in the chat. So this is how many of you guys are already building? Okay, so we got a few of you, right? Here's what I'll tell you. The reason why I'm telling you to master the basics and to master this is because recently, every single I'm telling you guys this because there's about to be an acceleration that's happening. Okay. Now, it's the golden age. Me and Jason are going to talk about this. It's the golden age of technology right now, where if you jump in, even if you're at the beginning, this could be one of the biggest things that can really transform your life and your bank account and everything imaginable. And I'm not saying that as hype. I know people talk about hype. This is not hype. Okay. This is honestly the truth. Okay. This is going to be the golden age for many of you. Okay, because of what I'm talking about. So with an idea, you have to get ready, where you have to identify the gaps. And you're always going to be identifying gaps. Even though my company, Maestro, has been around for 7 years, we recently had to go through a transition to get ready for what's coming next year. Did you guys hear that? So I already have a successful tech company with thousands of people paying me every single month. But see, the challenge now is, okay, we got to get ready for next year. Otherwise, we're going to be obliterated. And I'm going to share some of those ideas about what we're doing to transition. So here's what I had to do. I had to go back to the drawing board, and I had to look at, what are the gaps in the marketplace as it relates to membership? What's the gaps with me building a product? What's happening, right? Now, when you have a new idea, sometimes you're going to have a new idea. New ideas are great, but just remember that it's going to require heavy validation, and it's also going to require you to have higher risk, okay? But higher risk, you do sometimes have bigger rewards, okay? Now, sometimes when I say new ideas, I'm about really brand new concepts, but I'm going to show you guys this, and I talked about this where a company, I'll show you guys this. How many of you guys have heard of Carta.com? Many of you guys have heard of Carta.com. Anybody in the chat? See, there's so many tech companies that many of you I don't even know are doing $1 billion, $2 billion a year just quietly. How many of you guys have heard of Carta.com? So let me show you Carta, right? So Carta is a very, very smart concept. So sometimes ideation, what you could do is with ideation, you can combine a concept that's new, but you can combine it with the concept that people are used to. So let me kind of paint this picture for you. So obviously we know that the greatest way to wealth, obviously the people who are doing really big, like they become billionaires outside of technology, is in the financial space, in the venture capital space, right? So in the venture capital space, we know that one of the biggest sectors outside of technology is venture capital. So like private equity, for those who know what private equity, it means just buying companies, right? And kind of like navigating that where you have like venture capital, portfolio capital. So you buy companies and sometimes you can like, you can do whatever you want with it basically. So what this company did was, and this is where you innovate and you make smart decisions. So let me show you guys this. So this is Carta.com, right? So Carta.com, what they do is very, very smart concept. What they did was, they put together they made venture capital accessible to everyone, okay? They made venture capital accessible to everyone. So what they did, which was really, really smart, they put together a company. They got about 50,000 companies on their platform. But basically, many of you can go and you can start your own fund management, or you can start your own fund, and they give you the software and technology to do it. Okay. Now, the smart thing that they did was they actually created Carta's Classroom. And what they did, you used to have to go to school, you used to have to do all this stuff. And not saying you don't need to do that, but they created a whole education around how to basically start private equity. This company is doing about $1 billion a year in revenue. You guys hear that? With a B. Now we're getting into the B's, right? In the next, watch this, in the next 5 years or less, we are going to enter companies that now, instead of saying they're worth $1 billion, we're going to now say $1 trillion company. That's why I told you guys we're entering into the golden age, and technology is ushering that in. So now you're going to have trillionaires. Now you're going to have people that you say, oh, this company is worth $1 trillion. It used to be $1 billion was like the standard, right? It used to be that $1 billion was the standard. The standard now will be a trillion. That's what the standard will be now. So that's why I'm telling you guys, and you have had, like, I'm telling you this story because I'm not just trying to hype this up. I am telling you that this is the golden age of where we are living. So you trying to make just whatever it is, I want you to, this is just to change your mentality. Think about success in this field as not something that you think small on. Think about something like when you are building your technology and you're building what it is that you're doing, think about how you can reach as many people. When you are solving, let me tell you guys this, when you are solving a pressing problem and you use technology to capitalize on it, the sky is the limit with what you can do. So stop thinking small. Think about this in a big way. Once you have product market fit just means that people are using your product at scale. And people love your product. And they love your product. And when people love your product, they're going to refer other people. And when they refer other people, now you can scale. Now, instead of you having 5 users, you got 10 users, you got 30 users, you got, like, when my first app, let me tell you guys this, and let me tell you what happened with my first app, Script Engage. I showed many of you my first app, Script Engage, that I end up selling. I can't tell you I sold it for a life-changing amount of money. I sold it for multiple 6 figures. I was happy about that. and then I put the money into Maestro, and then I showed you guys how I was able to do a founder's launch with Maestro to keep the company afloat because I couldn't raise any money, and it was very challenging, and now we're profitable, right? So here's what happened. With Script Engage, I had the same idea. The problem is I got one of these idea matrices wrong, and it was my messaging was completely not hitting the market. So we changed our messaging, and then customers start giving us feedback about our app. This is why I told you guys, some of you that are building apps, if it's nothing wrong with you building, but if you keep building, and then you put 20, 30 features and you haven't talked to one customer, you're going down the wrong path. You guys hear that? That's what I'm trying to do. But you want to also be able to have conversations with customers, and then customers tell you exactly what's wrong with your app, and then you readjust, and that's how you find product market fit. Everybody got it? Give me some ones in the chat. This is making sense to you. That's how you validate an idea. And listen, guys, there's companies out there who, even if they have customers, they're not validating. They're not putting in this level of effort to understand, here's what you do. Because, guys, when you get this right, your tech company goes to heights that you can't even imagine. When you get ideation right, when you understand product market fit, there's no limits to the amount of customers that you can have on your app. No limits. All right. And this is what I'm talking about. Okay. So what we talked about was idea matrix. Here's the 3 questions. What features are customers paying for in other apps? Is the pricing working for the market? And what are customers complaining about? Okay. In other apps, what are customers complaining about? We also talked about that the wealthies are in the niches, right? So what you want to do is identify your niche. If I ask you who your customer is, and trust me, business owners who talk to me and consult with me, I consult with big companies as well. And I also consult with people who already have tech companies. And let me tell you, they make this big mistake as well. I ask them, who are they targeting? They say, oh, business owners. And I'd be like, what does that mean? Everybody is your customer. Everybody is there. Everybody's your customer. So when you say, if I ask you who your customer is, and you say, my customers are small business owners or creators, that's not specific enough. And why is it not specific enough? It's not specific enough because here's why when people, I can't stand why people don't explain this. When people say the riches are in the niches, but let me tell you guys something. The reason why the riches are in the niches and when you niche down is because of something that a lot of tech people and a lot of people in general don't understand. And it's this. It is messaging to market match. Everybody write this down. Messaging to market match. Because when tech people have this big issue, and really most business owners have this big issue, and it's this. If your messaging does not resonate with your customers, where when I go to your site or I go to your app, they know exactly what you do, you're losing out on 90% of people. Did you guys hear me? And I'm so happy that I studied copywriting. If you want to master a skill that can make you a lot of money, that has made me millions of dollars, it is mastering the art of copywriting. Understanding that messaging is so important, and many people don't make this important. Hear me out. Even tech people make this big mistake. You master the art of messaging. I went to a site yesterday, and it was somebody had recommended a site that I go to, and they had raised literally $10 million or something like that. I didn't even know what the site did. Now, that's not to say they don't have success, but when people don't know what you do in the first 30, guys, hear me out. You have 30 to 60 seconds to capture someone's attention before you lose it. And the biggest currency online is called attention. And why do you need, and this is why most people fail. You have so much attention that you have to capture. And if you don't capture that attention, you lose it. Y'all picking up what I'm putting down? I'm giving y'all some real good game. Most people don't talk about this stuff, especially in the tech space. Messaging is so important. and it's one of the most valuable skills that you can have, is message to market match. Understanding that when your people come to your website and they don't know what you do, or you don't capture their attention and what they do, they will leave as fast as they came in. Why? Because the internet has created this psychology of fast pace, and you don't have to have this attention. People have attention span issues because of social media. They have attention span issues. You guys getting it? They have attention span issues. So you have to make sure that when people go to your site, they look at something, they go, bam, I know exactly what you do. This is for me. You guys get it? All right. So this is what we talked about yesterday. Identifying your niche. Okay. Here's some bad examples. I target entrepreneurs. Good is freelance consultants who need intake automation. You always want to describe the pain point. Here's some vague stuff. People who want to get fit. More specifically, busy moms who want 15-minute workouts. If you take technology and you niche it down like this, you won't have a lot of competition. I'm telling you guys, you won't have a lot of competition because people don't do this. Even successful companies make this mistake. They don't know who they're targeting. Their messaging is so bland. You go to their site, you don't even know what it is. And then it's so bland. Like using words like just sound like things like we call them filler words, like automation. Automate what? You want to be specific. We do automation. What does it mean that you do automate? What does that even mean? So one of my favorite things that I like to say is called the what does this mean test. And when many of you work in an accelerator and also some of the things in my ecosystem, you will hear me say this, and people get so offended when you coach them. But let me tell you, I tell people this on our calls, when we do our accelerator calls, when they're showing me their site, I have a question. When they're explaining it to me, like I know what we were talking about this on VIP. There were some people who would come up and explain the concept to me, and guess what they would say? They would explain it to me like I know exactly what they're talking about. I don't know what they're talking about. Here's the thing. There's two concepts of making this so valuable. Number one is the what does this mean test. You could do it on yourself and in your privacy. You say, what does this mean? That's what you say to yourself. When you are like, if you're writing copy for your website or you're trying to get clarity on your app, you always want to ask yourself internally, I help people. Let's say you say, I help people automate this. What does this mean? It's called the what does this mean test. What does this mean? That's one of the greatest things I do. I say, what does this mean? And what you're doing is you're challenging your thinking. Many people don't challenge their thought patterns anymore. It's like you have a thought and you just think it's right and you just go forward with it. That is what we call not critical thinking, which we know that society, a lot of us don't critically think. We haven't been taught to have critical thinking skills. This is not offensive. This is real. The more you think, the clarity that you think with, the more money you're going to make when you think through your customer journey and your user experience. This is what in software and tech, we call it user experience. Everybody got it? So we are having a great user experience. So it is the what does this mean test. So when I'm coaching some of you on our calls, I'm going to ask you, what does that mean? Because some of us, we think that people know what we mean. If I say, well, I help businesses automate, what is that? I go, what does that mean? You help them automate what? So clarity is how you make more money. The more clearer that people are about your messaging, the more clearer that people are about what you do, the more they're going to press the buy button or they're going to sign up for a trial of your company. Everybody got it? This is a part of user experience. This is one of the most important parts of user experience because most people are looking at the site and the features and they look at like, why are you looking at all of that? And your messaging is so off course and your messaging is not. And then if your messaging is disconnected from the customer, then your experience is going to be disconnected because then they're going to get in your app. And because you don't have any clarity about messaging, the user experience is going to be messed up. And then if for you guys that are doing high, we call this enterprise, if you start selling something that's higher ticket, your sales is going to be completely off as well. Woo, I'm on fire today. I just started dropping gems and we just started the call. All right. Clarity is key. If people are confused, they're not going to give you money. Let me just say that again. It's not about how great your app is. If people are confused about what you do and there's no we call this message to market match. If they are confused about it, they're never going to buy anything. And you'll be like, oh my God, why am I getting sales? I built this app. Because you focused on the building part. You didn't focus on the messaging part and making sure that you have the right connection. And so here's just a simple thing. Like, this is a company I showed yesterday during our experience. This is called Squire. And you can see, and messaging doesn't have to be super complicated. This is a $700 million company. And it's very simple. It said the essential app for every barber, the only system built for barbers at any level, whether it's just you or a whole crew. And if you go through the rest of the site, you always want your headline on your website of your app to always capture attention. Your headline, watch this. I didn't teach this yesterday. I'm going to teach it now. When I come to your site, the headline of your website should always, always, always capture my attention, and I should know exactly what you do in the headline of your website. The headline is the most important real estate on your website. We call this above the fold. It is above the fold. But your headline should be the first thing I see, and it should make me capture attention when I first come to your site. If I don't know what you do, when we call above the fold, you know what I mean? Above the fold means it's the first part of your site. Y'all, everybody's so concerned about, watch this. This is so powerful. I hope you guys are getting this. Everybody's so concerned with the body of copy below it that they forget about it's like having real estate on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. What do you think the biggest energy of Rodeo Drive is to get you to pull in? Why do you think the Louis Vuitton store on Rodeo Drive and all the stores, they're concerned with how they look? Because they know that if they can get you to turn your head, that you're going to come into the store, right? So I want you guys to understand this is a similar thinking pattern of process of thinking, and app builders and technology people just don't think about this. The messaging. When people come to your site, this is the first thing that they see, and it needs to be clear, concise, to the point. Everybody got it? When I master copywriting and messaging, it's why for the past 15 years, when I because of my thinking patterns and because I think this way, it's why most of the products, after I figured out the system I'm sharing with you, why people say, oh, Justin, you're just hyping things up when you say you got 1,000 customers. No, because I realized that messaging was the most important skill set I can have. And most people either got it or they don't got it. You guys get me? Give me some ones if it's fire. Let's continue because we're not done. We're doing surgery today. All right. So you got Squire. The one thing I also tell you guys is about user experience. The best way to win in this game of technology is most people's UI absolutely sucks. Their user experience is not good. It's like building a staircase just like this. It's like there was no thought process and you just adding in components at the end. Let's just put this. Look, guys, we got a couple real estate. Let's just throw some stairs right here. Nobody will notice. And let me just tell you, most people notice. Most people notice, guys. Okay? Most people notice these things. All right? So that was secret number one. Validate. But validation, guys, is not just about you finding your niche. Validation is about making sure that you also validate your messaging. We didn't talk about this yesterday, but that's why I told you guys, even if you have a startup or if you have an experience or you have whatever it is, don't miss out on this. Messaging is so important and also part of validation and making sure that you really deconstruct everything. Everybody got it? All right, let's go on to messaging number two. Secret number two was we talked about the building part. The building part was validation of, I gave you guys this resource of going to producthunt.com. There's also, let me give you guys a couple of resources. Look, the new people are excited, and the people yesterday was like, oh my God, he's going to recap and not add some new stuff. No, that's not true. I told you guys, this is like drinking from a fountain of always. That's why I've been doing this for so many years. Let me give you guys 2 resources that you could do for market kind of research. So one is product, we call it Product Hunt. This is where all of the sites in the world, they go to release, all the tech companies. What they do is they go here to release all of their products. So you can go up to the top and you could go to, let's see, categories. And there's like productivity, marketing and sales, design, finance, all these different products. You can go in here and you could actually look at, and it's so many different fields in here. There's so many different markets. And you can also see the top products that are taken off. I like to also go in here and do a little research to see what also from market data to see what some of the top companies in the world are doing as well, right? So I'm looking at like, and you can see 116 people. I mean, the number one last product was ClickUp. ClickUp is also another behemoth, which is amazing. They do some, and guys, here, let me give you guys a tip about building, especially with distribution. Study people's marketing and ads, okay? Study people's marketing and ads. One of the things I have a premium YouTube account because I don't like to get ads sometimes. But here's the other thing. I love to have a YouTube account that just lets ads run. So like some days I'm like in my marketing bag, as I like to say, and I'm looking at the marketing that companies are doing. ClickUp is ridiculous with their ads. Just go to ClickUp's website. If you don't have YouTube Premium, cut off YouTube Premium for like a day. ClickUp is aggressive. And it's like, it gives you all these concepts like, oh, here's how I can market my startup. Oh, here's how I can market my ad. So this is also really good. Here's another site that I'll give you. It's called BetaList. Some of you ever heard of betalist.com. Betalist.com is also really good. These are also tech companies that are all releasing. Again, we're just doing data so we can see. And I gave you guys this example too yesterday, which is uform.com. So many of you are familiar with Typeform, typeform.com. If you are not, let me just show you. Typeform is a $100 million company. They're a form builder. But here's the challenge. And let me actually show you guys this in real time so you can see it, okay? So Trustpilot, many of you have heard of Trustpilot. Trustpilot is amazing for this. And what we're always doing, and also for my people that are already in tech, this gives you a very, very simple ideation because you can see what your competitors are doing wrong. You can see what the bigger people are doing wrong, right? So let me show you guys this really quick. So Typeform is, let me show you guys this. So Typeform is, if you don't know Typeform is they have really good user experience. If you go to their site and you're scrolling down, okay, you can see this is Typeform, right? Not bad user experience, really great. And then you go to their pricing. Their pricing is $25 a month, but you only have 100 responses. You only get one user, right? If you see this, and then if you go to, it costs $50 a month. They get 1,000 responses. Well, you might say that's not bad until you go to the reviews. Look at this. If you go to Trustpilot and you type in Typeform, look at, they have a basic rating of like 1.4. 1.4. It's actually atrocious, right? Now, here's where the gold is for us. Typeform has over 150,000 customers. Watch this. They have 150,000 customers. And watch this. If you go down and look at the reviews, you say, look at all these reviews. These are all golden. This is way, way too expensive. Worst form builder ever. Some people, like, this is what you're looking for. You're looking for people to tell you what they don't like. Worst form ever. I literally paid $100 a month for the most basic stuff. I don't need 10,000 responses a month, but I literally just paid for a high tier only because of mega pixel integration. The price of this product is excessive. Why can I log into my account? You're going to get those. Deliberately complicated to cancel. Don't open an account. That will save you time and hassle cancellation. I read reviews and I'd be cracking up. It'd be like a comedy session. I didn't know it was 10 free responses. So we know, what are you guys seeing in the customer? What are you guys seeing in the issue? What's the issue? What do you guys notice in the patterns that we can add to our product and make our product better? What is everybody seeing? Where's everybody see? Let's see. Put your thinking caps on. What is everybody? What do you see? The limitations. Like, yes, if you want to have a comedy show, just go and search for the reviews of these products. You'll have a great day. I'd be like having a lot of fun. Right. It's pricing, right? It's pricing, usability. So here's what this guy did, which is very, very genius. This guy created uform.com. And guess what? Watch this. I'm about to connect the dots for y'all. Just hear me out. He literally took all the reviews that people were complaining about and he put it and he injected it into the messaging. Look at this. The most affordable type form alternative. That is hilarious. The most affordable type form alternative. uForm is a form builder that provides unlimited forms and responses for free. You can add logic, custom domains, uploads on your website, and much more. And then what he did was, if you go down, so he captured everybody's attention at the top. Then if you scroll down, you can see he took a couple shots at uForm, which is really, really bold, right? And I think it's like down here. Look at this. uForm 0, Typeform 99. I just find that so comical. But this product was number 4 product of the day. And I think he's currently at around $30,000, $40,000 a month in revenue. And he's scaling. Because what he did was he looked at a problem, a commonality of a problem, and he was able to exploit that. Okay. So we talked about that with building. Okay. He paid attention. Most people don't pay attention. Okay. So we talked about that. So we talked about building. I showed you guys also, this was also another competitor. It was a legal doc competitor. They're doing about $20 million. And it was I can't remember their name of their product, but let me just show you guys this really quick. And so there is I think it's called legal doc. So we all know, I think it's called We Built, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So it's we all know that people need like legal docs, right? We know they need legal docs. And most people don't know, but I was reading this last night. It was actually very interesting. I was reading about a website that was like a builder. Anyway, this company, literally like this, I found out this legal doc company is doing something along the lines of like almost $20 million a year, right? But if you look at it, their pricing is absolutely atrocious. Okay. So I'm telling you guys, there's so much opportunity and it doesn't cost. Let me tell you guys this, even though there's a certain structure, I'm not telling you, you got to go rip people off and all that, but I'm just telling you, there's just so much opportunity out there with that. Now, what we also talked about was user experience yesterday. We talked about this, which was just recapping for you guys. We talked about there's 2 ways to build your tech company, but there's actually a third one that is an honorable mention. It's having a web-based app is one of the ways that you have a app, and then you also have mobile app, and then you have tools. And what I did was I gave an example of a tool that I actually know. I'm gonna show you guys this real quick. This is an example of a tool. Okay. And you guys don't even, let me see real quick. Let me pull this up. So this company does about, I think I read they do about $3 million a year, but this is what I mean by tools. This is called ilovepdf.com. All it is a series of tools that basically you can basically you could take like PDFs and you could basically like, we know that we want to like PDFs are annoying, but we have to use them. So this company figured out like, there's many things that people want to do. They want to take a PDF and they want to turn it from PDF to a Word document and all those different things. So this is one of the things that you could do. Okay. There's somebody else sharing their screen. Can we, team, can you, I think Peter just share her screen, please. Can you? Okay, there we go. So, so basically what you could do is you can have your PDF and it's absolutely amazing. And I think they do like they do about $3 million a year. So we talked about this yesterday. which path should you choose? It's all about building. And so I showed you guys this as well. I spent over $1 million developing Maestro. Then we talked about the tech stack yesterday, which was all around the differences of front-end development and also back-end development. Front-end is what the user sees, and then back-end is where all the data lives. And then we also talked about the tools that I like to use, which is Replit and Lovable. Team, can you post my Replit and Lovable links in the chat? People always ask me which tool that I use that I love. I told you guys, I love Lovable. I know people don't like Lovable, but I like Lovable because they're growing their tools. And I don't know if you guys heard the news. If you didn't hear the news, Lovable now integrates with ChatGPT and all the other tools. So they just made a big connection that you can now use Lovable inside of ChatGPT. And the reason why I tell people always talk about Lovable and how it's not great. What I'll tell you guys is I've been talking to some of the people at Lovable, and they're about to come like really like they're about to come correct. Like there's going to be a lot of amazing changes that I'm excited about. Some of the things I've been complaining about. Pause is correct. But they're like literally like they are about to they're about to dominate the market. Like Lovable's doing about $200 million a year in revenue. I think they do about $200 million a year in revenue, and they're about to like really dominate the market. Like they're about to really dominate the market. And I just like how they improve their product. I just love the improvements that they've made. And I don't know, I'm just a fan of them. And I told you guys, for my advanced users, one of my favorite things to do is I love pairing up. Now this for my non-techies, this gonna be okay, but you guys need to be a part of this conversation if you're building tech companies. One of my favorite things to do is to combine Claude Code with Lovable. That is a hack. I talked about this last night. One of my favorite tools is to combine Claude Code, because most of these companies are using Claude Code underneath the hood anyway. So I just love to use Claude Code with Lovable. Whatever Lovable can do, I do it on Claude Code and connect it. That's just a little like more detail. Now, in terms of some of the things also, we are building, I told you guys this, so I showed you Lovable and Replit. And also we are coming out with our own mobile app builder called apptap.ai. You guys can go to apptap.ai and get on the wait list. This is coming. You guys will be able to build mobile apps. We are actually finishing up testing for this. This is our own platform. I told you guys, like, you want to be able to build you can build whatever your mind is there. Like any ideation you have, you just have to go through ideation and make sure that you have that. One of the other things that I always share with you, and one of the last pieces is this is how here's how you go about processing. Okay. Number one is you sketch out your screens. This is the right way to do it. Usually with designing and planning with the app, when you're building an app, it is one, you look at wireframing first, typically, and then you develop out what we call user flows. And then you write out the features that you want. But I showed you guys this yesterday. And if you're in VIP, you got access to my example of, and actually we had this as a testimonial yesterday. We had this as a testimonial yesterday. One of the guys who is a developer, he was like, Justin, this is one of the most detailed product briefs that I've ever seen. Okay. And so this is what we call a product spec sheet. We talked about this yesterday, but this was talked about more in VIP. This is a product spec sheet. I wish that I would have before I design any software, put something together, I wish I would have created a product spec sheet, because this would have saved me a lot of money. If you are going to a developer without a product spec sheet, they are going to rob you blind. Okay. They're going to rob you blind because they're going to do this. They're going to rub their hands together and they're going to see somebody that they can bill because you don't know what you're doing. Now, this is not always the case, but in my experience, I'm telling you, PRDs, as they're also referred to, are one of the most critical things that you can absolutely do, okay, is spec out. And for those who don't know what it is, it's just a spec document that shows what your app does, what the problems are, who the target audience is, what is the client flow and roadmap and user journey of what you want your app to do, okay? And then also, what are the core features of your app? The reason why most people, just hear me out, right? I want you guys to understand this. The reason why most people say, oh, Lovable sucks or this app sucks, is because they go and try to prompt their way to success. And that's why they burn through all of their credits. You guys get it? The fastest way to burn through your credits is not knowing how to prompt engineer and then knowing how to involve certain processes and systems a part of the process. Why they burn through all their credits and they be like, oh my God, I'm still at the starting phase. Because when you are able to create a product spec sheet or a PRD and then you upload that into Lovable or all the other platforms, that's why when I usually build a tool and I'm with so much specification and so much precision, when I am able to do it like this, it's why I don't ever have to worry about Lovable or Claude Code or anything not spitting out the technology or the way it looks, because I am so specific in what I want. Everybody getting this? I'm giving y'all some gems. I hope y'all picking it up, okay? The more specific that you are with prompting, the more you're going to not burn through credits. And the more you're not going to create something that you don't hate, that you don't like. All right. Here's another tip before we do the last wrap up. Okay. So you want to get that. You get this when you upgrade to VIP, you do get this form. All right. Let me give you guys also a good tip. I love design. Let me close some of these tabs. One of the things I love design. Let me tell you guys also how you get stuff that you really want. You could go to dribble.com. This is one of the other sites. I do this every so often, every few months. It's why a lot of people say, Justin, your apps, the more people say your apps look really good, because I study a lot of great design. I don't even care how great my app is now. I'm always looking at what some of the top companies are doing, right? I'm always looking at this. I'm always looking at let me see, let me go. So dribble.com is also a really good resource that you can go into and you can look at. And I'm always studying I am just a fan. Let me tell you guys this. Not that you have to have the fanciest websites. You don't. But the biggest thing is that it gives you ideas. Like I'm rebuilding my website, Maestro. Wait till you guys see what Maestro looks like next month. I'm so excited. Okay, I've been rebuilding this site because I want it to look like the future. You don't have to do that, but I know that user experience is becoming so much more important as time goes on, especially with more people discovering vibe coding. Most people's sites are going to look the same. I don't want mine to stand out. So user experience, user interfacing is so important. Here's another site that a lot of you have heard of, Dribble. Here's another site that most of you probably haven't heard of. It's called Godly Website. One of my favorite websites. I love looking at this. This is called Godly, godly.website. These are like the best websites in the world. Okay. You can see, you don't have to make your site look like this, but it's real. I love it. Let's look at one of them. This one is Cosmos. These are the fanciest of the fanciest. Okay. So you get to look at these sites and kind of get ideas. Look at this. This looks crazy. You don't have to build a site like this. I just like getting ideas. I like looking at menus. I like looking at what other people are doing. Jason put it in the chat too. There's Behance. There's a couple different, elements that you could go to, but stick with what you guys could do. Stick with going to Dribble and look at great design to give you ideas. Now, one of my favorite things to do, especially with Lovable and also other platforms, one of my favorite things to do is to just look at these and you can screenshot. Start by, I don't even care if you have a builder or even if you have a startup or if you have good, you could, if you already have a design already and you already built it out. I love to screenshot great design and I love saving them in a folder that once a week I review. Then I start enhancing and I start bringing those ideas into my Lovable Replit account. Okay. And I share this in the accelerator, even how you guys are just using Lovable and all these other platforms by themselves. There are sites out there where you can search the code and you can start, you guys didn't know this, you can add code. Did you guys know you can add separate code to Lovable to make your site not look like a Lovable site or not look like a regular site? There's so many things you guys could do. The possibilities are endless. Okay, possibilities are endless. All right, let's continue. So this is what we talked about. We're gonna wrap this up so we can get Jason. Latrenda, I use 21st.dev. That's my secret. 21st.dev. Latrenda, I use 21st.dev. I love 21st.dev. It's one of my favorite sites to use. Okay. So you create the wireframe, and then 2 is where, number 1, you build your MVP, your minimal viable product, and you go through and you start to build out your components of your app. Then you have the foundation. And then this is the most important thing, which is, we call it the refining and polishing part, which is you start testing your app, you get the observation, you take no issues, you fix and you polish, and then you validate again. Okay. That's the most important thing. Your app will always have bugs, as you know, but one of the biggest things that you want to do is always take note that your app will always have bugs, and you need to basically flush that out. All right. So that's what we talked about in the recap. Okay. I always say this: don't try to be a developer. Change your mindset to, you are a product manager. Okay. This is the mindset that you have as a app builder and as someone who's, really trying to really like navigate. Now, I tell people all the time, you won't hear me ever say, you won't ever hear me say one thing, which is this. You won't ever hear me say, you will never need a developer. I never tell you that, because you will need somebody to help you navigate this as you scale, right? And there are moments that we're going to talk about later on in the accelerator. I have a development team, okay? Now, I use AI in conjunction. Now, all of my team members are required, all of my developers are required to now learn AI. And many of them were resistant to it, as many developers are. They're very resistant to it. I had to beat them, not physically beat them. Don't get off this call and say, Justice said he physically beats his developers. Don't spread those rumors, okay? But I had to beat it into their head, guys, guys, I don't beat my team. But I was like, guys, please learn AI. Please, use AI to make your jobs faster, please. So there's going to be times, I want you to think about this. I don't tell people you will never need a developer for prototyping, and those type of things. I tell people, it's so easy to get to the market, create a prototype. And some of you, if you don't have crazy functionality, you can. I finished 4 or 5 apps on Lovable, and my developer didn't have to get involved one time. Now I have experience and I know how to launch things. And some people don't admit that their fears hold them back from launching. They don't admit that. Okay. But I've launched 4 or 5 apps without my developer. My developer's like, how is this website live? And I just have my team do testing, and then we launch it. And I'm like, ha, 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 joke's on you. I launched the whole app without you guys. I don't know how they feel about that. Now, there's some super techie stuff we're going to talk about later, but there's some super techie stuff that you need a developer to be involved, or help someone help you to scale. We're going to talk about that in future sessions, especially in the boot camp. We're going to go deeper on that as well. All right. So here is the psychology. You are not a developer. You're a product manager, which means your job is to do prompting. Okay. Do prompting really well. Test and get feedback from real users on what works, and then reiterate and refine based on data and customers' needs. Everybody got it? All right. Last piece. That was recap number 2. This is one of the most important pieces that tech people also miss, and that has helped my company be able to get out of the muddy waters and be able to sustain itself. And that is what we call distribution. All right. We talked about this yesterday. Distribution. Distribution is one of the most important things. And when people hear me say distribution, they think I'm talking about traffic. No, you hear people say you need traffic to your website. Traffic is one directional. Distribution is a flow in and out where people are getting the result from your app. Like I told you guys, you got 30 to 60 seconds to really capture people's attention after they sign up for your app. You got about 30 to 60 seconds. So that's why you have to work on your onboarding. You have to make sure that people know exactly the next steps that they need to take when they're building their app. They need to know right offhand. You want to give people a great experience. If you give people a great experience, they're going to pull out their credit card and they're going to basically want to do sign up for your app. I shared this story yesterday as we wrap this up, and I shared my story yesterday, which was this. One of the most joyous things I did years ago was when Maestro was first launching, and I want you guys to write this down. It's called pre-selling. Some of you don't need to wait until your product is perfect to sell it. The biggest mistake that people make is they wait until the product is perfect to start selling it. One of the most successful things I do with every program is I do something called pre-selling. Stop being, whenever you wait until something is perfect, you are doing yourself a disservice by waiting until something is perfect. Do not wait until your app or your product is perfect before you sell it. That's how you lose a lot of money. Okay. Now you want to make sure your product is good, but the greatest companies out there, they do two things. Number one, they release to the world that their app is coming via a wait list. Everybody write this down. You always, even if your app isn't ready yet, if you go to apptap.ai, you can see we have a wait list. I have a spiritual company, okay, called Awaken Soul. And what we do is we do like meditation. We do those, one of my purpose-filled projects that I do. And we just launched a new app, and I always put up a wait list. And I start promoting the wait list before my app is built. Pre-selling is so important. Okay. And also, guys, do you think there's some movies that do this, but what is the most successful thing that movie companies do? Anybody know what they do? Why movies are successful? What do they do? Anybody want to know what movies do before they release? What do they do? Exactly. They launch a trailer to let everybody know it's coming. They launch trailers. The fascinating things about technology companies, and when people are building apps and they're building something, they don't let people know. They just drop their site and they think that that is launching. That is the opposite of launching. And it's why I was able to keep my company afloat, because instead of waiting to raise the capital and funds to get and waiting for somebody to magically write me a check, what I do is I do a wait list. I get people excited. I talk about this everywhere. I shout from the rooftops that my app or whatever it is, I do this with everything. I've done this with apps built with, do it. You can do it with everything. It's not just tailored to technology. You know why people never get customers and why people have to go out there and they have to get loans and all this other stuff? Because they suck at marketing. Can we be real? Can I be real with my apps built with AI community? Is it okay? Is it okay? Let me know in the chat if I can be honest. We are in an honesty policy. The biggest reason why most people fail in this industry, and even tech bros and people who have experience, is because they suck at letting people know, and they are afraid to shout from the rooftops that they have an app or a technology coming. The biggest misconception that you can ever have in everything that you have is that marketing and selling is one of the most things that you need to be focused on. And I tell even people I coach, and I tell even people who come to me, is that people are so focused on the building part that they forget about the marketing and sales part. And that's why they never get sales, because they wait until something is perfect to roll it out. And that's why I run laps around some people when it comes to this, and why I don't have a sales problem. Many founders fail. And even people that you're like, oh, they raised $50 million and they run out of business. Why? Because they spend most of the capital on stuff that's not related to sales and marketing and getting freaking customers. It's one of the most biggest mistakes that people make. And most of them are afraid of their product. They spend so much time on product and building that they don't focus on getting the customers. Let me tell you guys something. Maestro, when it first released, before coding started, I had and watch this. Here's a tip. And we're going to wrap this up after this. Here's a tip. Somebody just said in the chat, they spent over $100,000 on development. I think I know who that is. I think I'm not going to say who it is, but they said in the chat, and somebody said in the VIP yesterday, they spent $100,000 on developers, and they didn't even go to market hardly. Okay. They didn't spend the money. And I think we're talking about in VIP. She spent $100,000. Okay. $100,000 on development, and she made some money, but she didn't spend her time on marketing it. She put it all into product. Let me tell you guys this real quick. The first thing that I did with Maestro is I had my designer put up some design screens before it was done. I met an Australian lady at an event. I talked about this yesterday. I met an Australian lady at an event, and she could see the passion that I had. Okay. She could see the passion and excitement that I had. I told her, I said, do you have an audience? I always ask people if they have an audience. She said, yeah, I got an audience. So I went on, and many of you are here because I tapped into audience. I want you guys to write this down. I call it audience hacking. The fastest way to make money with your app is tap into other people's audiences. Question in the chat. How many of you are here because of the interview from David Shands, Ash Cash, or you saw me speak at an event? In the chat, how many of you are here because you saw me on the interview on YouTube, or you saw me speak at an event? Look at all the yeses in the chat. Now, some of you came from an ad, but see, YouTube, speak it at an event. YouTube, speak it at an event. This is what we call audience hacking. The name of the game is when you get product market fit, you should do everything. Hear me out. You should do everything in your soul, body, and mind to make sure that you tap into other people's audiences. It is the fastest way to grow your company. It's how I did it. The first webinar that I ever did was with a lady that I didn't know. We got on with 50 ladies, and I screamed from the rooftops, Maestro, because I told my story. I said, here's what we're doing. I showed them screens. I was honest with them. I said, listen, the product isn't ready yet. That's what I told everybody. I said, the product isn't ready yet. But here's what I can assure you that you're going to be investing in. You're going to, and watch this, write this down. This is powerful. I'm giving you guys gems. What we talked about yesterday. I said, we're going to do a founder's launch. Everybody here, you should be planning out your founder's launch. Everybody here, plan out your founder's launch. What's a founder's launch? A founder's launch is when you launch and you give out a founder's price. You give out a beta price. We call it a beta launch, beta price. So what I did with these 50 ladies, I said, listen, Maestro is going to be the best thing in the world. And I said, here's what it looks like. Here's what it's going to do. It's going to help course creators do this. And then when I launched, I gave the price on the screen. Stripe had just came out. This is 2017. Stripe wasn't even a thing. I didn't even know who I was going to use. I signed up for a Stripe account. I've been a Stripe user since 2017. And I was like, I just posted a link. Guess what? Watch this, guys. The freaking link didn't even have Maestro in it. It had Stripe. Did you guys hear me? Some of you are trying to be so perfect before you sell. The freaking link said buy.stripe.com Maestro. Guess what happened? 20 people paid $200 a year because they believed in me. And they saw what I was building and that I was a visionary. The last, about 2 months ago, when I became more obsessive about my product, I told my team to reach out to my oldest customers. And when I got them, I said, I want to do a Zoom call to see what their biggest issues are with our product. They've been using our product for years. Our oldest customer was 2017, and I found out she was still paying. We got on the interview, and she was like, oh, my God, Justin, I'm so, oh, my God, Justin, I've listened to all your interviews and I love what you're doing. I said, what's your biggest issue with Maestro? And she said, honestly, she told me a few things and I love her feedback. She gave me feedback. And I said, interesting. She just said, I just want to tell you something. Your product has tremendously increased. And I know how hard it was building this product to the level that you built it to. And I know it's going to get better. And I told her, I got her excited. I said, question, where did you come from? Where did you do? She said, I was one of the first ladies on the webinar that you did in Australia when you did it and I could tell her, I heard that Australian accent. I was like, are you from the first group? She's like, yeah, I'm from the first group. She said, I'm from the first group. And I said, wow, that is absolutely crazy. She said she's been paying for 6 years. You guys hear that? And I said, why do you keep paying? She said, because I watched you build the product. I'm making money on your product. And I would be crazy to cancel at the price you gave. And I had a light bulb moment that I want to gift to everybody here as we wrap this up. The light bulb moment is this. Stop focusing on the people that's not buying. Stop focusing on the people that don't care about, who are not going to give you money anyway. Stop focusing on the people who cancel. Stop focusing on people who leave. Focus. Your mission is to go out there and find customers exactly like that care about what you're building, and you put your heart, your mind, your body, your soul, your spirit into it. You stop letting fear take you over, and you market and you shout from the rooftops that you have the best product if you believe in it. Then and only then, hear me out, then and only then will customers come over to you and they will part with their money. Because parting with their money is only giving you value. Are you guys hearing me? And that's why most founders never get customers, because they don't believe in their product and they don't shout. They wait until their product is perfect, and they wait until I need capital. Oh, I didn't have any capital. I put all my capital into Maestro. You don't need capital to get customers if you have heart and you understand messaging and you scream from the rooftops that you freaking love your product and you give people something to believe in. Some of you don't give people anything to believe in, and it's why they don't buy. Do y'all hear the passion behind what I'm saying? Some of y'all don't give anybody to believe in because you play small. And that's why they don't buy. I have 30,000 customers because I give people, just like some of you, you came into the accelerator because I give you something to believe in. That, listen, I am going to help you. I have experience to help you. I've spent millions of dollars on developers, but not only is my experience, I've sat here and struggled in this chair, in this office for years, and have almost went bankrupt. And I figured out what you haven't figured out yet. I had mentors like Jason, who you're going to hear from in a moment. I've had mentors like that. That is what I did. And I did not give up no matter what. And I still won't give up. Why? Because I have nothing to lose and everything to gain. I have nothing to lose. You have nothing to lose. You are about to go through the biggest wealth transfer and the golden age of technology. Do not play with this opportunity. If you do, I will not be telling when you hear the people that are building some of the most world-changing technologies, do not say somebody told you so. That will be on you. So wrapping everything up, ideation, get your idea right, figure out the features, figure everything out. Number 2, we talked about this, all right, which is building, figure out things. The reason why I'm able to hack Lovable and I'm able to go in there and look and Claude code is because I sit at the computer and I do the skill sets. I sit there for a year learning this stuff before I taught it, because I became a student of the game. Before I teach anything, I want to make sure I become a student of the game. Okay? So I want you to understand something deep within your soul. If you put your focus and you get the right mentorship and you get the right leaders and you get the right help, you can build something that people are going to consume. Number 3 is the most important thing. Stop being afraid to fail, and also stop being afraid to promote your doggone products. This ain't just for tech. I'm talking about everything you do. Stop being scary. Put it out there. You may fail a couple times. It may not be perfect. That's one thing about me and why I've always been successful when I figured this out. Because everybody knows me, the couple reasons why it's hard to beat me or count me out. This is why it's hard. And I'm not bragging. Actually, matter of fact, let me stop talking. I am bragging, because I brag on me all the time because I believe in me. When you have that type of mentality, nobody can stop you, no matter who speaks against you, no matter what they say. Nobody can stop something that's immovable. Nobody can stop me. That's the mindset I put into I had to beat that into my head, because about 10 years ago, I was taught by the world, like you all were, is that you're stoppable. Nobody can stop me, because I've built myself. I am built. Everybody put in the chat, I am built for this. That's my belief that I always say. I am built for this. Even when I face challenges, I say, I am built for this. All right. Everybody put that in the chat. I am built. You have that belief every day. Nothing can stop you. And nothing stops me when I say I am built for this. And you put that into you put your heart and soul into caring about people like your customers, and you care about their success. What do you ever have to lose if you have that mentality? Don't just sell people stuff that you don't care about. Put your heart and soul into your products, into your service. Make it better. Make it like put your heart and soul into it, and then go out to the world and say, here's what I got. And I'm telling you, you're going to get people that are look at you and they go, what is this? And then you're going to have some people that look at you and go, you know what? I believe in this person. I believe in their company. I'm going to give them money. Now, there's some people they don't need to believe in you. They see a problem and then they go, oh, I want this. And they sign up for it. And that's it. Okay. But let me tell you something. Why many of you are here is because I believe in me. It's why I go on podcasts. Then they see it and I want to interview you. It's why I'm invited to events to speak. It's why I advertise, why I put my money where my mouth is, why I take risks, because I believe in me. And that's why my companies and the level of success I have, I didn't have to come from a college degree. Nobody gave me anything. I wasn't a coder. I wasn't a developer. I was simply me. Y'all get it? Stop being afraid to promote your products to the world. When the doggone thing is ready, set up the payment system, put out the buy button, and go. And don't look back. If you fail and nobody buys, then I tell people all the time as we wrap up, I'm going to say this last point. I tell people if people don't buy, it's usually a combination of a couple things, and usually it's one of these two things. Number one, you are targeting the wrong audience. Number one. Number two, you have an offer problem. Number two, your offer sucks. Okay. Or number three, you have a messaging problem. Those are why people don't buy. Now, if you internalize that people don't buy because of you, then you have a fourth problem, which is you have self-doubt problems, and you got to deal with that. Because your product has nothing to do with your self-worth. And let me tell you guys something. Entrepreneurship will reveal everything that's inside of you, and it's one of the most personal development things you can ever go through in life. And most entrepreneurs don't deal with this side because we don't talk about mental health, and we don't talk about building yourself up to make yourself where you can go to the ends of the earth because you believe in you. So one, you either have, when people not buying your product, it's either A, you got the wrong market. I've done that. I've had all the right tools. I switched the markets and boom, I became successful. Or number two, you have an offer problem. Your offer sucks. Your offer is terrible. Number three, you have a messaging problem. People don't understand what you do, so they don't pull out their credit card and buy. Everybody got it. Ooh, everybody got it. And if you don't believe you could do it, then guess what? Then you have self-challenging problems about yourself. Okay? So that's what we talked about. We're going to get Jason up here in a few moments. Here's what many of you don't miss this interview I'm going to do with my mentor, Jason. I'm going to bring him up in about 10 minutes. But for those of you that you're on the fence, you're like, how do I go to the next level? How do I do this?
So I'm gonna pause right there and just jump in real quick. So the key points in regards to the why behind even showing this replay, as you can see, is going over 4 hours. It's the key thing is when we built this app about a month ago, the AI Legacy Blueprint Master Calculator, and like I said, having a background in marketing and, just having this option for finance. And it's so funny how Justin says, if you see the passion in regards to something and then put it out there, you want it to be successful at any means necessary. But in order to do that, you still have to educate. You have to have a message. You have to tell the story. And I can be honest and say that there's so many stories in the why behind this app. The messaging may have gotten confusing. And with tax season leading up to, the upcoming months, the lean on to go to the taxes pillar, but there's so much more within this whole ecosystem. It's not comparable to any other app that's out there. But I mean, I love some of the points that he made in regards to the marketing, and that's the key piece. Like, I can say we put our head down, built the app, have all of these over 80 different calculators within the actual platform. But what is it? Why does it matter if you can't get people to see the value and the transformation of what it is? So that's the reason why, I knew that, again, you have to listen to these different opportunities to understand the how to get over the hump type thing. So with it being understanding the story, right? So just recapping some of the points that he made, and I'll play that interview that he had with his mentor, and then I'll wrap it up for the day. But the key thing that he talked about was the product not being ready. Our product is out there, but the key now is marketing and getting in front of groups and being able to launch with our beta pricing and be able to get the feedback. Like I shared with the feedback earlier in this episode in regards to just some of the user experience, some of the things you don't know about the research. It's kind of difficult to research something that there's the first one. And so with this being the first like literacy financial hub, like I keep referring it to, I said the Walmart, but I'm gonna take it step up and like the Nordstroms of financial education, where everything is all in one location. So you don't have to go to different apps for all of your financial understanding, because this information isn't taught in school. And so when you watch, he said, you watch what you build, making money, or you're stop focusing on the people, right? Focus on what the transformation looks like. So people believe in you as an individual. And I can be honest and say I am so thankful for the people that believe in Adrian Mays and Enika Gaines and what we're building over the years, because following us, we're here. And how we get now, we're going to have technology help out with financial education. We don't give up. Nothing to lose. That's the banner that we live with. And everything to gain, putting it all out on the table. What excuses do you have for someone to say no? No means next opportunity. I say that all the time. So what I'm going to work on over the weekend is a couple of things I did not do as of yet. Number one is the affiliate program, so that when I start approaching people in groups on Monday and talking about, getting this opportunity in front of other people to have this financial ecosystem to go and build with us. The affiliate program is to help put money in their pocket too, right? Because if I'm getting them in their audience, it makes sense. So I'm going to make sure I do that. The ideation, I'm going to go make sure we focus in on 5 different Facebook groups and ask for feedback, including the apps with AI family, in regards to the feedback in regards to the app, how to make the experience easier. Since the app is already launched, the great thing is the fear of getting out there, that's already gone. Now making it better, making it something that people can believe in and be able to understand that no one can stop you but you. And anyone that listens to my channel knows that taking risks and believing in yourself every day, we're going to fight through it all, because financial education, I wish some of the different stories that I have in this and I've guessed along the way, that's why you have to be able to relate with people, is knowing that we're all human. We make mistakes. We don't understand what we don't understand. But the great thing, Don, and thank you so much for showing up and being able to be a part of, I'm glad you enjoyed what you were hearing with Justin in the mindset. But again, when you launch something like an app, you can't just put it out there and be like, "Bing." That's the funniest thing. When we finished the app about a month ago, it was like, oh my God, this is done. Let's go. All you got to do is get to this, our millionaire and then billionaire dreams. But again, marketing is that piece. And that's the piece that we're going to hone in on and make sure getting in front of as many podcasts, as many groups, as many financial entities, as many churches, as many organizations, and many nonprofits that impact financial education. So people don't have to go through the same mistakes. People that are doing things by themselves, they don't have to be alone. But you got to see that you can make mistakes and fall forward. And that's nothing but Adrian Mays. Just check out my channel. So I want to play that last piece for you before we get out of here. And in regards to the conversation with Justin's mentor. And it was so impactful because it showcased that the things that you learned, and then along the way, and then the growth process, and then people that believe in you. And then too, if you do decide to actually build an app, how you can actually scale without just doing it the old school way. So we're going to jump in and listen to the mentor part, and then we're going to get out of here and let you get back to your Saturday. Let's go. If you're getting any value from this today, just drop AI in the comments for me. Thank you so much, Don, for showing up. And anybody else, just drop AI if you're getting value from listening to how creators are solving problems with apps and AI in the Justin Burns App Summit over this past 2 days. So this replay, if this is beneficial for you, give me some love and just show AI in the comments. Appreciate you. Like drop in the comments for me if you can hear. You can't hear the video, Don. I want to make sure that you can hear. Okay, if you can't, give me a one in the comments if you can't hear the video, because I'll be able to figure out something. So if you can't hear the video playing, give me a one in the comments so that I can be able to make sure you're still here with me. Wait, let me see. So give me a one if you can't hear the video playing. Can you hear the video now, Don? Okay, that stinks. So I hate that you can't hear the rest of the video. So I'm gonna wrap up here. So thank you so much for everything you did. We're able to check out with the replay with the Justin Burns Summit. I think what I'll do is I'll disconnect and then I'll just play that summit piece so that way you'll have at least that piece as well because that information was amazing. We went over 4 hours here today, just talking live about solving problems with apps and AI. And again, thank you so much for all the support, watching the live conversation, and being able to again every Tuesday we're going to be live with AI Legacy Money Talk Live, just talking about these conversations in regards to dealing with money. But as we build out the AI Legacy Blueprint Master Calculator app, we're going to make sure that these money conversations, like it really honestly inspire or grew from not only experience of employment, education, just re-engineering how retirement and planning and all that works. Now having a solution with AI and building apps, we're going to show you how things can transform and change. So I appreciate the support here today in regards to watching with Justin Burns and being able to be a part of his community, as he does have a apps with AI community on Facebook as well. So I leave you with this. You gotta believe in yourself. And I can't leave this live conversation today without saying it again that December 20th, 2025, I'm 25 months sober. And the journey to here, in regards to the ups, the downs, the failures, the things, and believing in yourself, it's you versus you. If you don't give yourself the opportunity to be the best version of yourself, whatever choices that you make, you have to live with. But you're only given 24 days at 24 hours at a time. And through those time frames, you can be whoever you want to be, creating in regards to this new world. And I take value in getting introduced. Thank God that God introduced me to AI a few years ago and starting this digital marketing journey and being able to educate people in a way to know the impact that it can make for you. But if you don't believe in you, that's that mindset. That's where you have to begin because it doesn't matter any tools you go out here, any job you go to, any relationship that you get into, any group that you join, any program that you invest in, if you don't believe in what you're actually doing, if you don't do the work and leverage AI to make the best version of yourself, what is it for? You're wanting to leave a legacy, and that's why the AI Legacy Blueprint Master Calculator is so passionate for me because again, you a legacy, what does it look like? When you actually everybody's going to have an expiration date and God has a plan for each and every one of us. If you don't believe in God, just have to excuse me because that's who I roll with. But if you don't understand that your journey is already designed, but you have to take action within it, stand up for what you believe in, fail sometimes be uncomfortable, get comfortable being uncomfortable. That's my middle name is Adrienne Uncomfortable Maze. Like the things that I go and try to be able to do, I try to take that word try out of the equation and I take action. Now I might fail, I might not get the results that I'm looking for, but how you actually empower other people, it's not through words, it's through action. You have to become a model, you have to innovate, you have to create your own prosperity. And what the billionaire journey is for Adrienne Mays. It's not the billionaire status like the Elon Musk and all the different billionaires that we see financially, which is going to be nice as well because that will allow money allows you to leverage your situation. It's just a tool. So when you have day 583 of the billionaire journey of Adrienne Mays on this amazing day, you have to realize that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Listening to me live, or if you're not listening to the replay, you'll see what happened today. I asked Justin earlier today, I was like, is it okay? Because I'm documenting the journey as knowing where you used to be. It keeps you humble, it keeps you grounded, helping other people along the way. But what you have to realize is you have to put the work in, the time in. And I never ask anyone to do anything that I won't do myself. So being able to listen again and getting the feedback and getting the information I need to do to help market our opportunity that Inika and I actually came up with in helping people. That's all it's about. That's what we're here for. But doing the work, That's the part that it looks different for different people. But I'll go hard. I'm a hard worker. I thank my mother and father for putting these different values in me in regards to being an entrepreneur. It's the loneliest sport in the world. But when you believe in something and can impact the world globally, learning, listening, growing, it's a feeling that I can't even explain. It excites me every single day that I wake up because, again, everything will align in due time as long as I put in the work. And that's the piece that I always focus in. So thank you so much for listening to me here live. Let me go on my little rant with my 25 months. I'm celebrating every month on the 20th. Let's go. It's 25 months of sobriety. That is amazing. Oh, it's just amazing in itself. So to now to have that clarity, to be able to show people what's possible, show people you can still have a good time, but what you do with your time is so valuable. And I just didn't know what I didn't know. But on this side of sobriety, it's pretty freaking amazing. One day at a time, guys, one day at a time. I can, I will, I shall be victorious. What up, though? Adriane Mays. I'm going to keep growing with you. So you'll see the changes, you'll see the growth. We'll do it together. Let's go. This is.